Welcome, everyone. I'll wait for you to get quiet so I don't have to be too loud in this microphone. Isn't that what we tell the kids when we're coaching them? Okay, so it's really important for everyone here to get friendly and comfortable with each other. There are a couple open seats, and I would love the people on the back wall to come on down and meet a friend, because the folks that come in after you are going to want to stand on that wall. So if you've got an empty seat, raise your hand. Empty seat next to you. Come on in. Come on down. You're the lucky winner of a new friend. If you're in the hallway, come on in. Folks, this is a gentle admonition that if you are in a hallway, an aisleway, or a doorway, you can't be there. It's the fire code, and I really want to keep this meeting running smoothly tonight. San Mateo's finest is in the back of the room to make sure that we're following the fire code. This is a pretty big room, but it's also a pretty big crowd. So please remember that we have to respect the fire code and make sure everyone's got safe egress. All right, with that, I want to thank you all for joining us this evening and ask you all please to rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country. Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner Ebneter?
Here.
Commissioner O'Leary?
Present.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Here.
Vice Chair Whitaker?
Here.
Chair Dreschler?
Present. Consent calendar. Reading of the minutes of November 10th, 2015. Are there any errors, omissions, corrections? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I move that we approve those minutes.
I second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Public comment. This is open public comment, and this is the time when any member of the public would like to talk to us about any item that is not on the agenda. If you would like to do that, please approach the Secretary's desk and complete a speaker slip.
She did include a speaker slip, but she may have got it in the other ones.
It's in with the other stuff.
Honorable Chairperson and members of the Planning Commission, I'm Steve Carlson. I reside at 512 Highland Avenue in San Mateo. I wanted to take this opportunity to invite the commissioners and residents to attend the San Mateo Public Works Commission meeting tomorrow night at 7:30 p.m. to be conducted in this very same auditorium. The meeting will provide an opportunity to comment on the draft EIR for the Clean Water Program. Interesting enough, I only received a meeting notice on Monday evening, so it's sort of short notice. The project entails the construction of facilities of the water quality control plant, upgrades to the existing pump stations throughout the city, and may also include the construction of new larger sewer lines and several multi-million-gallon underground sewage storage tanks to be placed in residential areas, potentially city parks and school sites, to accommodate rainwater infiltration into the city's existing sewer lines. Other alternatives that could include repairing some of the existing sewer lines and possibly avoiding the need for the underground tanks was not included in the EIR. The Commission's role in land use expertise is especially important in this EIR, as it contains several chapters and sections devoted to determining the project's compliance with the city's general plans and policies, and in my opinion, advances dramatic new and expansive interpretations of a couple of land use classifications that would allow major sewage facilities to be constructed in city parks, private schools, and other privately owned property. This review function, my understanding, is vested only with the Planning Commission, that changes can only be made with the concurrence of the City Council, not the Public Works Commission. I could find no record of any such determination by the Planning Commission. This nearly $1 billion project is probably the most significant project the city has undertaken in the last 25 years and will likely necessitate nearly doubling of the existing sewer rates over the next 5 years and possibly a redoubling of those same rates over the remaining 10 to 15-year life of the 20-year project. The EIR comment deadline is December 18th. To date, only 2 persons, myself and Ben Toy, have offered any comments. This is a massive undertaking by the city, and I really encourage both the Commission to assert its role function and residents to participate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other members of the public wishing to address any items not on the agenda? Very good. Open public comment is closed. We'll move on with the agenda. Public hearing. Item number 2 is Planning Application 15-030, Bridgepoint Master Plan Amendment to allow retail uses on Lot 5 of Site 1, the location of the former ice rink, and SPAR to modify the existing building at 2202 Bridgepoint Parkway, APN 035-466-010. David?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, I know we're going to be here a while tonight, so I will go. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Director, my apologies.
You've been trumped.
Yes, just a clarification. Last week, we sent out our weekly planning news, and there seemed to be some confusion. There was a header for tonight's meeting. Below it, it indicated the release of a mitigated negative declaration for Hillsdale Shopping Center and included a Planning Commission date of January 2016. Nevertheless, there seemed to be some confusion. Just so the Commission knows, it was brought to our attention Sunday night, and we sent out a clarifying email with the planning news to everyone on what's happening, the planning news, planning commission, well over 3,000 people. I believe you have received those revised ones as well. As the commission may recall, all items were placed online, emails went out, and the postcards were sent out approximately 2.5 weeks in advance, as opposed to the normal 10 days or 4 days, to allow the commission, the public, and the applicant to have full access to all the information that's been provided. So again, that was a matter of a clarification. We did provide a clarifying email, and just so that the Commission and the public and everyone is aware, this meeting is being held in compliance with all state and local laws with pertaining to public noticing of public meetings.
Thank you, sir.
As I just said, I'm going to keep my presentation very quick this evening. I'm going to run through my slides and then be available to answer any questions. The project consists of an amendment to the Bridgepoint Master Plan, the Site Plan and Architectural Review, as well as an addendum to a previously certified environmental impact report with modifications to the Statement of Overriding Considerations. This is the site location at the corner of Chess and Bridgepoint Parkway. A little history. Mariners Island Specific Plan was adopted in '73, and by '95, the Fashion Island Mall was not doing very well, so they adopted the master plan to guide the redevelopment of the former mall site. The new ice rink started operation in '98 and then was shut down in 2013 after 15 years. Again, the master plan was to provide a conceptual framework. It looked at a variety of development scenarios, from power center to offices, housing, restaurants, hotels, and a movie theater. The EIR included analysis of all 9 options. The option that was finally considered, I think, was this one with the Home Depot, the Target here, the existing power center, the office complex, and the condominiums or apartments over here. This was the actual project that seems to have been built. In 1997, the former property owner requested to remove the ice rink, and the commission voted 5-0 that they didn't like it. The city council added a condition of approval to allow for the property owner to propose an alternate recreational use to the Planning Commission, and that text is up here on the screen now. So this is the only thing that really, this is what would give the property owner the right to request an alternate use. The master plan amendment, let me kind of do this in detail. It's to remove the requirement for the ice rink and also remove the condition of approval relating to the alternate recreation use, because if the site is not limited to alternate recreation use, there's no reason to require commission approval. And then the property owner is offered $3 million to compensate for the loss. The compensation of the loss is governed by a 1996 court case, Ehrlich versus City of Culver City, that resulted in two basic options. One, a payment of a sum equal to the cost to restrict another piece of property, or have the applicant provide another piece of property with a similar restriction. The decision limits the city's ability to charge for that, and it does not include the cost of construction or maintenance, nor for the operation of the ice rink, just on the value of the land use restriction. The city hired Economic and Planning Systems to do an independent analysis, and Darren Smith is here with us this evening if the commission has questions for him. Here's a summary of the analysis by SPI in the center column and the city's analysis on the right side. As you can see, though there were different assumptions, the dollar amounts turn out to be very similar. And I think what the bottom line is SPI's offer of $3 million is consistent with the Ehrlich analysis. So should the commission choose to recommend approval of the master plan amendment and recommend that the council accept the $3 million, staff's opinion will be consistent with the requirements of Ehrlich. Now, for the proposed site plan, the modifications to the building, exterior modifications, are fairly mundane. They want to remove, and I'm going to go on to the next one. They're going to remove the tower features, one here and one here, and expand out under the existing roof line to get a little more space, and then add some doors along this. They're going to add a major entry, similar to the other major tenant entries in the center here at the south. They're going to add a loading dock that this complex doesn't currently have. And the reason the amount of square footage goes down is they're going to be removing the mezzanine level that was part of the original restaurant on site. Here's the proposed elevation for the south. You can see the enhanced elevation here. And you can see the dotted line where the tower element at the corner used to be. And I'll go down to the west elevation, which is the other elevation with a major change. The top was the existing one with the ice rink. This is the proposed elevation. As you can see, they've done a pretty good job of providing some variation in the massing and how it relates to the public way. Colors, materials. The original part of the project was that in 1996 there was an environmental impact report prepared. And this EIR was what's called a focused EIR. That means it didn't evaluate every possible impact under the sun. They went through the scoping process as required by law and came up with these 7 impact areas. So the EIR on the Bridgepoint Master Plan just considered these issues, the issues that were considered important at the time. Now, from an EIR perspective, the changes are fairly minor. The change of use from the ice rink to a retail, and restaurant to retail, a slight reduction in the square footage of the building, the new entry on the south side, and then the removal of 4 parking spaces, 1 for the loading dock and 3 for the entry area in front of the front door. It's important to think about the criteria for what's called an addendum to the EIR. That is, there's no significant impacts from the project and no new mitigation measures are required. There's no substantial increase in the severity of the environmental impacts as were evaluated in the original EIR. And that there were no new mitigation measures, or more importantly, no mitigation measures that were originally considered to be infeasible. There is a provision in CEQA that if a mitigation measure is not feasible, you don't have to do it. This EIR did not contain any of those, so this third criteria doesn't really apply. The reason that we think the EIR addendum is appropriate is the original project, the Bridgepoint Master Plan, was constructed as approved. So the impacts that were identified in the EIR have already occurred. The proposed project, though controversial, is not a major change. It's a change of use to one building out of many buildings. And to really see whether or not the original EIR was still appropriate, we evaluated the current traffic volumes in the intersections, the same intersections that were evaluated in the original EIR. And what it showed was basically the traffic is either pretty much the same or better at all the 9 intersections. So here's the justification. Overall reduction in floor area. The character of the area hasn't changed. Traffic volume on local streets is consistent. There's no new information of substantial importance affecting the environment. There's no new significant environmental effects, and there's no new mitigation measures. Now, what we did in the addendum is we identified the changes, we compared those changes to the original project, we did provide an updated greenhouse gas analysis. In '96, greenhouse gases were known. The analysis, such as it was at the time, was usually hidden under air quality. And because air quality was considered, all we did was provide the updated information. And then there is a modification to the statement of overriding considerations. These are the factors that the City Council adopted, and I'm just going to go to the next slide. One of the 8, that the project will provide recreational amenities for San Mateo residents through the retention of the ice rink. That statement of overriding consideration, if the project is approved, would go away. It's staff's opinion that the real driving force behind this was the revitalization of the Fashion Island Mall. And while we weren't here, I wasn't here at the time, I would guess that that was the driving force behind the master plan. So I want to take a moment now and focus on what staff is requesting. We'd like the Commission to make a recommendation to the City Council on whether or not the addendum EIR accurately discusses and addresses the impacts on the environment. As the Commission knows, an EIR or a neg deck is an information document. It's designed to provide information to the public and decision makers about the effects of a project. You can recommend approval of an addendum or as an EIR and still vote against the project. Those are really very separate things. If you vote to recommend approval of the addendum, what you're saying is you feel the document accurately describes the environmental impact in the context of the original EIR and the current project. The big picture, though, is the use restriction. If the Commission feels that the change in the elimination of the use restriction is appropriate, then we would encourage you to recommend approval to the Council. If you feel that removal of the use restriction is not appropriate, we would encourage you to recommend denial of that to the Council. The last item is on the SPAR. Because the Commission is a recommending body, we're requesting that you provide a recommendation on each item. So the SPAR recommendation would be conditional that if the City Council approves it, do you feel that the proposed changes to the building, absent the use, are consistent with the city's codes and design guidelines? So that's almost, basically we're asking you to not worry, to not think about the use restriction, just focus on the building. And there's what our recommendation is: to adopt the final impact report and approve the modified statement of overriding considerations, approve the amendment to the master plan, approve the SPAR, and accept the offered $3 million to compensate for the ice rink. That concludes my very quick presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think it might be helpful if we ask any clarifying questions of you before we move to the applicant's presentation.
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's begin with Eric. Would you like to start?
My
Clarifying
questions are
only.
mostly for the EPS report, so I was thinking I was going to withhold those
Hold off.
questions until after public comment.
Okay. Very good. Any other commissioner? Okay.
Through the chair.
Please.
A couple quick questions. Thank you for the report. It's very inclusive. My first question is, the master plan amendment describes Site 1 as the location of the former ice rink. Can you explain why it is referred to as former in the application, but then throughout the rest of the report, it's either former or appears to be existing?
As I understand it, the location of the ice rink today is where it was previously. And so there was an ice rink in the original mall in that location. So the former ice rink was there as part of Fashion Island. When the mall was destroyed, the building around it was rebuilt, as I understand it. And so I was attempting to differentiate between the ice rink as part of the mall and then the ice rink that's there now.
So the point that I'm trying to understand is, are we supposed to be using the existing ice rink in comparison to the new proposal?
Yes, the existing ice rink is what is being discussed as part of this proposal.
Okay.
At the risk of splitting hairs, is there a business license for an ice rink currently?
There's not, but I would, if I can just seek to clarify, what we're talking about is a land use restriction for this particular property as an ice rink, or with the condition that presently exists in alternative land use. So while you may refer to the former ice rink, the ice rink location, the designated ice rink, what we're really talking about is a land use restriction on the property as ice rink. What you're comparing it to is the offer to provide, consistent with Ehrlich, a $3 million payment and removal of that land use restriction of ice rink to allow retail. So really, that is what the whole notion of ice rink pertains to.
Okay. Has there been a description agreed upon of what an active sports recreation is?
No.
Okay. All right. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Is now our opportunity to ask general staff questions?
Just to the report
Okay.
to this extent, please. Yeah. I
Then
think
not for this one.
it'll be cumulative. Okay, so I only want to point out that in page, pardon me, page 2 of our packet on the actual agenda, we have listed 4 points, and I want to compare them to the slide in front of us. And generally speaking, point 4 is worded a little differently. As long as you believe that those are consistent, I want to make sure that we're addressing them as we go forward.
Yeah, yes, let me explain that. In Ehrlich versus Culver City, the court said that to compensate the community for the loss of the private recreational facility, the property owner could either find an alternate site to put this land use restriction on, or pay the compensation payment. Because SBI, so to make the city attorney happy, we have included both in the recommendation, because technically SPI could change their mind and say, okay, we found a site we want to put it on. But SPI has offered the cash payment instead. So that's what's in your staff recommendation.
Okay. Thank you. And without further ado, let's hear from our applicant. And while you're getting prepared, I would like to invite all of the members of the public present to show this gentleman the same respect that we will show you when you are at the microphone. Please. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Gary Miranda, and I am a principal with SPI Holdings, the project sponsor. We are here to respectfully request that you recommend to the City Council an approval of an amendment to the Bridgepoint Master Plan and to approve the site plan and architectural review for the proposed improvements to the existing building on Lot 5. As you know, we are here to seek your recommendation to remove the restriction in the Bridgepoint Master Plan regarding an ice rink or other recreational use and to permit the building to be used solely for retail, because we believe that the change and the fee SPI plans to pay the city for recreational uses are in the best interest of the center and the city. If the city approves this modification to the master plan, the center will become a more vibrant and viable shopping center. As well, the city will receive additional benefits such as incremental taxes, and will also receive, of course, the substantial payment from SPI to support recreational opportunities for the citizens of San Mateo. We, of course, understand that there are people who want an ice rink at this site, but the rink was closed over 2 years ago because it is not a financially viable enterprise. Contrary to published statements, SPI has, in fact, made numerous good faith efforts to maintain an ice rink in San Mateo. As a few examples, we tried to secure a site at the Bay Meadows development as far ago as 2008. In fact, at that point, we entered into a memorandum of understanding with Ice Center Enterprises, the former operator, and we both agreed to pursue that opportunity. As it turns out, there was no available land for recreation, or there was available land, but it had previously been designated. Following up on that meeting, the former city manager actually asked us to check with the the San Mateo Event Center. We met with Chris Carpenter, the general manager of the event center, but were eventually told after several months that the event center could not move forward without a master plan for the event center for the entire site, and they did not have the funds to produce a master site plan. We actually offered to help fund the master site plan, but were told that the event center could not accept funds from SPI. These are two examples. In addition, we searched numerous industrial sites in both San Mateo and Foster City, presented them to the former ice rink operator. More recently, we even considered proposals from members of the existing ice rink advocacy group and actually followed up with a suggested partner that they recommended. Ultimately, all of these efforts proved to be fruitless. While we realize that some members of the public will be disappointed, we believe that the proposal we have before you is the best outcome for the greatest number of San Mateo citizens. Given the challenging environment that brick and mortar shopping centers like Bridgepoint face today, it is essential that Bridgepoint be vibrant and up to date, and that cross-shopping be encouraged across the entire center. The proposed land use change and building improvements would do just that, harmonizing and modernizing the building, driving increased sales tax revenue, and providing local residents with additional shopping options. In particular, securing an anchor tenant at the Lot 5 end of Bridgepoint would help tenants in the middle of the shopping center, and certainly those closer to Lot 5, which has traditionally been a weaker side of the center. The threats to retail shopping centers are very real. Internet sales have grown rapidly in recent years, while retail store sales have grown very modestly. Many have asked what has changed since the original conditions of approval were granted for Bridgepoint, and the answer is unquestionably the rise of the internet and the need for shopping centers to maximize tenant mix and optimize cross-shopping. The predecessor shopping center to Bridgepoint, Fashion Island, failed as a result of not adapting quickly enough, and we seek to avoid the same fate by proactively addressing changing consumer demands and maximizing tenant mix and synergy. Incorporating a new private recreational facility, such as a fitness club, would not bring the same benefits to the city as would allowing full retail uses on Lot 5. Recreational users tend to be incidental shoppers and engage in less cross-shopping. They also park for longer periods of time and do not produce the same sales volume and turnover as retail shoppers. A new anchor retail tenant, by contrast, would have a meaningful impact on the overall sales at Bridgepoint. Permitting retail uses on this site would also be environmentally beneficial, specifically in terms of water usage. The environmental analysis we conducted in collaboration with the city showed that the former ice rink user used approximately 4.1 million gallons of water per year. The proposed retail use, on the other hand, would require only about 200,000 gallons of water per year. Amidst the ongoing drought in our state, these are orders of magnitude of water savings that cannot be ignored. We understand that there's a real benefit to the existing, if dormant, recreational use. Although an ice rink is not a practical use for the site, we of course expect to compensate the city for lost recreational value. We agree with the city's independent analysis, which determined that $3 million would approximate that value. This compensation would allow the city to choose how to best allocate recreational resources for its citizens. Many, if not most, of the users of the former ice rink were from outside of San Mateo, and the proposed compensation would give the city a chance to develop recreational resources that primarily benefit its own residents. Failing to approve the master plan amendment in SPAR, including the city's proposed compensation, would mean having a great opportunity missed for San Mateo. It would not bring an ice rink any closer to reopening. If these proposals are rejected, SPI would be forced to find alternative recreational uses that are viable, and in the meantime, the building would continue to be vacant. It simply does not make sense for the city to maintain recreational uses at its most productive retail center. In the last full year of operations, the ice rink generated less than $1,000 in sales tax revenue. By contrast, anchor tenants generate anywhere from $100,000 to more than $500,000 a year. By approving the master plan amendment in SPAR, the city will optimize sales tax revenue and help fortify one of its most valuable resources. One that is, however, susceptible to a quickly evolving retail landscape. The requested amendment in SPAR will benefit the Bridgepoint Shopping Center and the city as a whole, and therefore we respectfully request that the Commission recommend their approval to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, and now David Blair will speak about some of the architectural features, details for the center.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Blair. I'm with MCG Architecture. I realize as part of what you're deciding tonight is the actual SPAR component of the building design. I won't take up too much time since it's already been generally presented, but I just wanted to give you a couple of thoughts in terms of how we got to the basic the design of the building and what the kind of rough intentions are. So as was mentioned, these are a couple of the areas that we're looking at modifying, really just to readapt it to a retail configuration. The overall intent is to provide a kind of multiple tenant situation. There's no one tenant that has been named. They are still waiting for this to go through its process before any specifics are made. So what we've tried to do is kind of give some flexibility. If it becomes the case that this gets converted to allow it to evolve and provide different options for tenants. So I'll just go through quickly. You saw these before. This is what the south elevation would look like, actually facing the parking lot. We've created a new major design element here with a major tenant entrance here. Over on the far left is where the loading dock area would go, and that's kind of been worked into kind of the existing service area of the building currently.
Do you have or would you like a pointer?
Can you see it when I point?
As long as you hold that arm still.
Okay, so currently right now this is the service area. The entrance from Chest Drive is over here, and this is where the loading dock is actually kind of being carved into the space. It'll be covered, and it has space for one truck right about there. The truck is completely, when it's located there, or when it's parked there, it's completely enclosed within the building structure. This is the major tenant entrance. We've reworked this corner to square it off a little bit, kind of working within the existing building envelope as was described. And as that turns the corner, this now becomes, provides some flexibility for different, again, tenant configurations. There could be a tenant entry here on the corner. There may be one or two here, but basically working under the existing building overhang here. Currently, right now, the glass kind of curves back, and then this metal canopy curves forward. So we've kind of just squared that off, aligned it with a sidewalk, and then provided some options for what could happen in that area in the future. This is the other street side elevation. This is currently what's there now. This corner tower would get reworked into still a corner significant element, so that as you come in from the parking lot, there's certainly still something that identifies this as and grounds it as the corner. We've taken some of those design elements and repeated them along the rest of the facade on the north side. And then this is the side that we've really done the least amount to. We've left it generally as is. This is pretty well screened with the existing trees. So we've left most of the design components here. And then you can see just behind the trees where that loading dock is on that side. This is a little washed out. I think you might have a better example. The idea is to work with, and if these were a little more saturated, these are kind of the existing colors that currently exist out there. We've introduced a couple of accent colors. This is the existing brick, which we would maintain. Some of the additional metalwork. This is an example of how the green screens would be used to enhance some of the more blank facades. And then these are some whites and neutrals of some metal panels that are introduced on that south elevation. And then finally, Gary mentioned this in his presentation, but just wanted to get this into the record as part of the analysis because of the ice rink as a particular type of use. This shows that based on their last water meter bills, that this facility uses over 4 million gallons of water a year, relative to that to 200,000 for proposed retail, and the significant difference of 3.9 million gallons. So I am here to answer any other questions that you might have regarding the architecture itself. Thank you.
And maybe the last slide as well?
Sure.
Okay. Very good. Maybe, Eric, would you like to lead it off again?
Sure.
I see a question.
I have questions for Ms. Miranda. Are we taking questions from Ms.
If we
Miranda?
can, just clarify what we've seen presented so far by the applicant.
Then I'll withhold my questions.
Very good. Thank you, sir. No? Questions about the applicant's presentation to clarify?
For the water use, you've got it at a little over 4 million gallons per year. I think the city currently uses roughly 12 million gallons of water daily. So just for the contextual part, that would be 1/3 of a day's uses of water for the city throughout per day.
So I guess the question would be, were you aware of that? Fair enough. Thank you, sir. All right. Please. So what I want to ask, if there are no further clarifying questions, is, Mr. Blair, in this slide, what I don't see is any comparison relative to what consumption might have occurred if that ice rink originally was part of some open space landscaping requirement. Was any consideration given to that?
I think only in the context of what is existing versus what is being proposed.
Because I think with all respect paid to the diligence of our prior planning commissions and council members, that's what would have been required. And this recreational facility with, the early mall was part of the package. It wasn't a park space. With Bay Meadows, we got a big park space. With many of the projects, we get park space, green belts, landscaping, and I was wondering if that was part of the thinking and the analysis. And I'm hearing that it truly was comparing what is there to what might be there.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed to hear. So, if there is anything further the applicant would like to present, now is the time to do that. Okay, then please be seated. We may ask you to rise for questions if you would oblige us. Thank you, gentlemen. David, do you have anything further for staff to clarify? Or
I don't think we have anything else at this point unless something has come up that the commission has a question of me. I think we're ready to go on to the next step, sir.
Very good. All right. Let's move on to, if there be no objection from my esteemed colleagues, we will move on to public comment. And let me explain how we need to do this. I'm sorry. Yes, please. Yes. So, God, you're good. Okay, so Tony is very good at what she does, and she's going to keep me on track and make sure that everyone has their opportunity to be heard. And again, I will issue this admonition that we all need to keep the applause to a minimum, keep the booing, the hissing, the cheering, or anything else to a minimum. We all have families to go home to tonight, and we would like to make a decision tonight. Good, bad, or indifferent, we want to push this forward. And to do that, we need to, A, show each other enough respect to do that together, and try to follow some procedure. We have been asked by a local group that has worked very hard in the last several years, Save the Rink, Save the Bridgepoint Rink. I'm not going to use acronyms, but if they could give a presentation and have equal time. So at this time, before we move forward with individual speaker comments, we would like to allow them equal time to give that presentation. And if you could, listen to their presentation as you did the applicants, find something that you agree with or disagree with. And when you get your time on the microphone, let us know you agree so we don't all have to repeat the same thing 1,000 times. It would be really helpful if we could say, we agree with the former speaker and we'd like to add the following. And then we can truly build this dialogue in a very productive manner. At this time, I think Dina is the representative.
One question, Chairperson Drexler.
Yes,
our
please.
office received a request from an organization called Save the Rink to show a 12-minute video in addition to giving a 15-minute presentation. And it's the commission's decision as to whether or not to permit that and at what point in the meeting to permit that. And so I thought this might be a good time to make that decision.
Thank you. I was kind of pushing that out, but good. Let's bring it up now. In addition to not just the speaking presentation, we have been approached both prior and this evening that the Save the Rink group has a collection of speakers that would like to yield time. That said, I would like the opinion of the commission to know if we would allow those speakers to yield time for the purpose of showing their video.
I have a question. Is that video the same video that was sent to us either today or yesterday? The same video? Okay.
Yeah.
So I've personally seen that video. I don't know if anybody else has.
I've also seen it.
I have not.
I have not.
I saw parts of it because I didn't have your Wi-Fi connection. So,
Well, let's see it again, I guess.
That's the advantage. Okay, so what is the pleasure of the commission on seeing the video?
I would suggest that we allow the video, but at the end of the public comments.
Is everyone okay with that? All right, very good. So what we would like to see then is one speaker slip with those speakers yielding time, and let's again be mindful of the process. Those folks truly should not expect to stand and speak again. Hopefully the video says what you need to say. That said, Tony, are you happy with the paperwork the way you've got it? Yeah. And city attorney says green light. All right. Dina, where are you? Oh, yeah, okay. As you're getting prepared, I think it's a good point to mention that we've got approximately how many speaker slips? 78. So at this rate, it could be tomorrow. However, we would like to, and I trust you all to manage this well, we would like to allow 2 minutes per speaker. I personally am not comfortable with 1 minute because I think that's very hard to do. This is a hard thing, standing up in front of a microphone knowing that you're being viewed by people in the comfort of their living room. So please show everyone the utmost respect when they are sharing their thoughts with us. And finally, before we turn the microphone over, we will time the speakers and ask you to wrap up at 2 minutes. If anyone does not want to speak but wants a really good seat, room C is available across the hall, and it is open, right? 2 rooms, fantastic. Which room has nicer seats? B. Okay, so honestly, there's room and comfortable seating in 2 alternate rooms if you're so obliged. So inclined, rather. Okay, Dina, please take it away.
Oh, okay. Just want to explain what.
Thank you, Tony.
Oh, you want to go? Are they going first or last?
They're going first, and the video will be last.
You explain.
Yes, please.
I just wanted to let you know exactly what's happening so you know what we're going to do for our 15 minutes. Camis Steinmetz is our land use attorney, and she's going to talk about some of the legal aspects relating to the land use. Then we have our wonderful pro bono attorney, Lee Zhu, who's also going to be talking about... Actually, I'm sorry. My husband, Len Rosenduft, is going to be talking about the economic analysis and his viewpoints after doing some research, and he'll discuss that with you as well. And then Lee Zhu will be talking about some of the other legal issues, and then we're going to have a close with Jeremy Verba and Laura, and I'm forgetting her name, so I apologize, but we're going to have, that's going to be the sequence of speakers.
Thank you
very much. Julian.
Thank you.
Is the PowerPoint up? Okay.
Do you have, or would you like a pointer? You're good to go.
Is this one? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Camis Steinmetz, a partner at Aronson Dickerson Conn & Lanzone, one of the 2 law firms representing Save the Bridgepoint Ice Rink Committee. And make sure that this pointer works. Or my...
There's a power bar on the left side. You just light it up.
The power, light. Page up and down. Is that what it is?
If you're available, why don't you stay up there and help her out?
Sure. Do that.
Ah, thank you.
Or you got it?
Okay.
Just go forward.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay.
So SBI is back before you with the very same proposal that this commission unanimously and vehemently rejected in May of 2014. And we commend the prior Planning Commission for the courage to stand up for what is right, and we're urging you to do the same tonight. It's important to keep in mind that SBI is not entitled to approval as a matter of right. Approval is discretionary, which means that you must exercise your judgment in determining whether or not to approve the project. And we're asking that you again exercise your discretion and recommend that the council reject the application on several grounds. The project conflicts with the general plan. Approval would violate CEQA. Approval would violate your code of ethics. The economic analysis is fatally flawed. The proposal offers the city a false choice, and approval would reward bad faith. Case law has firmly established that any decision by a city affecting land use and development must be consistent with the general plan. And as you can see from this slide, the city's general plan includes several goals and policies requiring that adequate recreation facilities be provided and retained to serve all ages. As you will hear from other speakers, the ice rink is one of the primary recreation facilities that was intended to serve this purpose. A mere $3 million does not and cannot guarantee its replacement. Conversion of the ice rink to retail would conflict with all of these general plan policies and goals, and therefore must be rejected as a matter of state law. The project is relying on a nearly 20-year-old EIR that was prepared for the original Bridgepoint Shopping Center master plan, yet it is removing one of the central benefits that justified approval of the original project. The addendum prepared by staff is not adequate under CEQA. CEQA requires preparation and circulation of a supplemental EIR because there is both a change in the project and a change in the circumstances under which the project will be undertaken that may result in a significant environmental effect that was not covered in the prior EIR. As the current Paris Climate Change Convention is reporting, the rate of sea level rise has doubled in the last decade, carbon emissions have increased, and the 10 warmest years on record have occurred in the last 12 years. While the addendum attempts to address the project's impact on global climate change, a recent California Supreme Court decision calls into question this methodology. The project studied by the 1996 EIR also has substantially changed. It converts the ice rink to retail, which involves demolition of the ice rink, and the environmental effects of this demolition component are not addressed either in the 1996 EIR or the addendum. Removal of the ice rink also removes one of the significant overriding considerations that was used to justify the significant unavoidable impact of the original Bridgepoint Shopping Center. As the Sedway peer review letter that you should have received, I think Sunday night, explains that the offer of $3 million is not nearly adequate to replace this benefit. And last point before I hand off to our next presenter, as a public officer, you are bound by the city's code of ethics set forth in the municipal code. Approving the project would violate this code of ethics because it is not in the public interest and it is not for the benefit of the people. To the contrary, it gives the developer an economic windfall and takes away an established public benefit that was used to justify the approval of the original shopping center. As the Sedway peer review analysis concludes, and as Len Rosenduft will next explain, the economic analysis attempting to demonstrate that the $3 million recreation fee is adequate to replace this public benefit is fatally flawed, and therefore the project must be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. For the important economic analysis, The city and the staff are relying on a memo written by EPS. The EPS analysis has serious flaws. It allows SPI to pay only cents on the dollar while convincing you that you're getting full value. This may potentially cost the city as much as $8 million. What I'm going to briefly cover is the valuation the city could legally justify under Ehrlich and the deficiencies with the EPS analysis. That's not, and I emphasize not, the same as what a new rink would cost the city. We think it would be useful for you to know what land and a new rink might cost the city, but that's not what we're discussing here. So first, here's our concerns. One, with limited explanation, EPS did not use data other than what supported their conclusions and introduced novel theories that even SPI did not put forward. Two, when you use the data EPS included in their appendix, as well as other publicly available information, you reach the conclusion that a valuation of at least between $7 and $11 million is appropriate. Three, one of our attorneys retained the Sedway Group. This is the same organization that the city of San Mateo itself retained on this matter in 1998. They now have provided the city with an expert economic analysis that says the value is $9.8 million. So here's what EPS has done. They've said that if the city accepts SPI's interpretation that a gym, such as a 24-hour fitness, is an acceptable alternative use under the master plan, then comparing a $30 per square foot retail use to a $24 gym rental use is okay. EPS says that if the city thinks this is an acceptable use under the Bridgepoint master plan, then the analysis is fine. So they don't challenge that analysis. It's an acceptable analysis. EPS, we believe rightly, goes on to question whether that is an acceptable use. We agree and believe a gym is not an acceptable alternative recreational use under the Bridgepoint master plan. In addition, SPI didn't tell the city that a gym is a precluded use based on reciprocal easements with other property owners, such as Target. These are the same easements that SPI cited when they shot down Mayor Ross's proposed win-win solution back in 2013. EPS then says they think that $10.50 a square foot is more in line with the type of recreational uses that were probably intended. At that point, EPS should have paused and shown you this table. So let's table one. And let me just advance the slide for the audience here. So on table one, with rent for recreational use, SPI should be paying $11.3 million instead of $3 million when you do that rent differential comparison. And that's from their own data. Rather than simply show you that, they instead introduce a new legal theory to support a lower valuation, a theory that's akin to saying, had the city instead insisted on a public plaza at the location, SPI would now be okay in meeting that obligation by providing the public plaza on cheaper land that they may have identified at the underpass at 101 and 92. EPS then uses another method to test their conclusion. They look at, and here you can hold up the next one, six recreational buildings in the Bay Area. One happened to go for twice the price of the other five. They only showed you a valuation based on the highest priced building and threw out all the other five. Had EPS just shown you the valuations based on the other five data points in their appendix, you would have had the value in the middle column. And if instead of using an average San Mateo price for retail space, they used what SPI actually paid in current dollars for Bridgepoint location, they would have shown you the column on the right, which equates to $11 million. So using multiple techniques, we triangulate on values between $10 and $11 million. You should have at least been presented these other alternatives. Finally, I wanted you to know that other information the prior Planning Commission asked for at the pre-application meeting is not part of the complete record at this point. And importantly also, findings you were asked to approve do not line up with the economic analysis that was performed. If the city does not lean into this process by aggressively advocating for its citizens and accepts the $3 million offer put forward by SPI, then it will be fair for San Mateo taxpayers and other developers to question why the city gave this away for about 25 cents on the dollar of what it was entitled to, and why everyone else should now be expected to pick up an $8 million shortfall. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Honored Commissioners, my name is Lee Zhu, and I'm an attorney with the law firm of Robbins Kaplan. Our firm represents the group trying to save the ice rink on a pro bono basis. Now, I personally don't live here in San Mateo, but I've been lucky enough to work with the families who do. Families fighting to save something important to them, and they're still here fighting for it 2.5 years after the rink was shut down. And that speaks volumes about the importance of the decision here today. And while this is my first time addressing this panel, it's not the first time that this fight has occurred in front of this commission. Developers have made multiple attempts to tear down the rink and set up a retail shop. This commission opposed this request in '98 and again in 2012. And the only thing that's changed since then was that SPI shut down the rink, locking its doors. We don't know why they did it, but maybe they thought it was a good business decision. Well, it wasn't. Maybe they thought people would forget about the rink, and I think it's pretty clear today from the size of this room that they didn't. What we know is, for 2.5 years, the applicant has deprived this community of its ice rink, and there's simply no excuse for it. In the words of this commission, cutting off access to the rink was not a good faith gesture. It was disingenuous. SPI has not engaged the community as developers normally do. They didn't seek a win-win solution. Now, the applicant in their presentation claims that they've spent efforts trying to locate new space, but I think further investigation is needed. And besides that, what they didn't do is find a new operator for the current rink or try to reopen it. Now, this is not a good example of corporate ethics, but even more, a year later, not much has changed. SPI is back again with essentially the same ultimatum: either grant their application or leave the rink empty. But this ultimatum really presents a false choice, because they were required to retain an operational rink, and the city should require them to do just that. They can't just pay the city off. It was obvious that the rink should have been operated. Now, what was foundational to the entire approval of the entire site was the ice rink in 1996, and the findings for approval at that time proved this. It was key to provide recreation opportunities through retention of the ice rink, and a rink that has been shut down provides zero recreational benefits. The rink was pivotal, integral, and a fundamental basis for the plan. And not only was the rink supposed to be retained, it was supposed to be refurbished and improved. Now today, SPI has come forward with their $3 million offer. They claim that it's enough to compensate the community. But not only is that number, as we've heard from Mr. Rosenduft, a gross understatement of what's required, just handing the city a check and walking away is simply not good enough. Losing the rink would severely impact the community. And now, as before, we should recognize that if San Mateo loses this ice rink, its families may never get it back. Please don't play the developer's game. Save the Bridgepoint ice rink and deny their request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please refrain from applause. I know that's hard to do. And are these the last speakers for the...
We are. We're the last speakers on behalf of the Save the Rink.
Thank you very much.
Before we get going...
One second, Tony.
Okay. I have 13:30, ma'am, and I'll be happy to use my 3 minutes as part of this as well.
So can we agree on 2?
Well, ours is about 3 minutes. We have 1.5 minutes, and I'm happy to use my 3 minutes as part of this. Can I do that? Or the chair decides. Yes, sir.
So it sounds like we're up to 3.5.
Okay. We'll get it done then. Before the 3.5 starts...
Ready, set, go.
On behalf of the committee, of which I'm a member, I want to thank the city staff for all the work that they've done on this. We don't always agree on everything, but very much appreciate all the work and your service to the city. So thank you for that, even though we sometimes disagree on things. When you're a kid, you tend to understand the world from a perspective of right and wrong, good and bad, should and shouldn't. So let's look at this situation through the lens of kids, because we're all going to have to explain this to our kids.
Why is the rink closed?
Well, the person who owns the rink decided that he wants to build something else there that will make him more money.
Is he allowed to build something else there?
Nope. When he bought the property, he knew that land had to be used for an ice rink.
Then why is the rink still closed?
Well, the city councilors, who represent all of us, are considering whether or not to accept money from that person to allow him to demolish the rink and build a store.
Is this money enough to build another rink elsewhere?
No. If the city accepts this money, the rink will be gone forever.
Don't all the people want the rink? Who is this man? Doesn't he realize that a lot of people will be upset if there's no more rink? And why would the city allow this to happen, and what are they doing about it?
You've heard the arguments made tonight. Legally, you have no requirement or obligation to accept this proposal. Financially, the information you've been provided has been one-sided and inaccurate. We've shown you the other side. Ethically, you should be acting in the best interest of the community and its well-being. Losing a unique recreational facility replaced by yet another retail outlet is not in the interests of the community. There is no argument that a reasonable person can accept to this point.
Very simply, a group of concerned citizens is fighting a local billionaire who will spend millions of dollars to get his way. We don't have millions to spend. We can't spend it. What we do have is our government, both elected and appointed. That is, all of you. We rely on government to protect community interest, not to cave into a bully with high-priced advisors and no interest in the greater community. This man has deprived citizens of a benefit which they were promised and which this body, both 18 years ago and just 18 months ago, voted to preserve. Please think carefully about what you're going to say to your children, your friends, their children, and your constituents when you think, when they ask you how you let the rink be demolished.
So, we, the citizens who comprise this committee and represent many thousands of San Mateans and citizens beyond, hereby request the following. Recommend that the council vote no on the application to convert the ice rink to retail. Do not support the demolition of this rink. 2, recognizing that this issue will still proceed to the San Mateo Council, regardless of your decision, please insist that the record is updated to be complete, including corrected economic analysis and updated Parks and Rec material. 3, as strongly as you can, please recommend to the City Council they require mediation to find a win-win situation for the community and the developer, one that retains an ice rink and determines a solution for a retail outlet.
Commissioner Ebneter, Commissioner O'Leary, Commissioner Whitaker, Commissioner Rodriguez, and Chairman Dreschler, we are asking you to do the right thing. Say no to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Tony, you have everyone's name so far as a part of those presentations, yes?
Only missing a couple.
So, it's okay. You're good. All right. Okay. So before we proceed, again, we will ask, I believe it is 11 members of the public who are in favor of Save the Rink to recognize that they have signed a speaker slip. And in lieu of speaking, we'll yield that time for the showing of a video. That will be the last thing that we hear from open public comment, and in the interest of equity, we will allow the candidate at least 5 minutes to provide any final factual statements that they'd like to. Final comments, let's say that, in the interest of equal time. At this time, we would like to open the microphone to members of the public as called upon by our secretary. And Tony, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Dressler. I'm going to call 3 names out to begin with. After each person speaks, I'll call out another name that will then go at the end of the line. First name is Ryan McAuliffe, and then Ray Miola and Alexandra Stramby. Did he have to leave? Okay, thank you. So after Alexandra will be Zoe Swire. Go.
Good evening. My name is Ray Miola. Some of you may remember me. I testified at the last hearing on this subject. I'm a member of a group of San Mateo County business people who have been working on a volunteer basis over about the last 3 years to try and put together a replacement rink. Michael and Alexandra Stromby are also leaders of that group, and if we could just string our time together, I'll try and talk for about 3.5 minutes. The first thing I want to say is that we submitted a letter to the commissioners detailing our efforts over the last almost 3 years, and hopefully you'll have a chance to read that, and I'll try and summarize it for you here today. So, in general, what we've been doing is we've been looking for a win-win solution where we might be able to build a replacement rink that would benefit the community and at the same time allow SPI to convert its space to retail use. And in the broadest summary, I have to report that we have not yet been successful, but I want to clarify some things that are very important. We have not failed because we couldn't find an operator for a rink, and we have not failed because we couldn't find someone who was willing to build a rink. We talked with 5 different groups of rink operators who were willing to operate the rink, and all who felt they could do it at a profit. We've talked to at least 3 groups who are willing to build a rink from scratch if they could have access to some seed money, either directly from SPI or from SPI through the city. So there are multiple companies who are willing to operate and or build a replacement rink in San Mateo. And they all felt it could be done on a profitable basis. The problem is simple. We haven't been able to find a right piece of property in San Mateo. As EPS pointed out, there are very few properties in San Mateo that are big enough. It has to be a property that's probably put to industrial use. It has to be a property that's probably in that $10.50 rent range that EPS talked about. I heard Mr. Miranda say he's worked with community groups on this. All I can say is I just want to clarify that it wasn't our group. We had one conference call with them, and then they indicated they weren't interested in working with us any further. They didn't come and look at any of the sites that we were exploring, and they certainly didn't invite us, to work with them on sites. We're still would be delighted to do that if that's sincere interest on their part. In hindsight, the city was very farsighted when it set aside this piece of property for this use, and I think the people back in 1998 understood that this was going to be a problem, finding appropriate real estate in San Mateo, which is so scarce. So with all of that in mind, our suggestion is that we refocus on the Bridgepoint space and proactively explore the opportunity to bump out the existing building and make it big enough to accommodate both a rink and the retail space. This was first suggested by Mayor Ross. I'm not sure why there was never any conversation about it, but I know that at the time SPI was at $1 million. Now they're at $3 million. That seems like plenty of money to our group to make that option worth exploring if we could get somebody to champion it. And now I just quickly want to go off script a little bit and say that we became aware for the first time when the city attorney's memo became public that there was a second option, which was to have SPI transfer the use restriction to another piece of property. All I can tell you is that if we did that, I believe that we could find multiple operators who would be willing to either purchase or lease that property and build a new rink there. And I think that's a second avenue that has not been adequately explored and should be explored. So, in summary, what we're urging you to do is take a time out and explore in greater depth this idea of bumping out the existing building now that we have more money to work with, or to explore this other alternative with us of transferring the use restriction to another location. And then finally, I'll just add that the last time the city went through this process, it had the same problem getting the groups together to talk to each other, and they eventually decided that one thing they could do was ask the parties to go to mediation to get them all in one place and talking with a facilitator. And I think that has certainly been missing so far over the last 2.5 years. There's just been no way to get everyone in the room to talk. Everything's been reactive to what SPI has been proposing. And I'm not a politician. I don't know a lot about city government, but I can tell you in business, that's what we would do. We would all get together and try and figure out a win-win solution. So that's a summary of where we're at. Again, I hope you'll read our letter when you have a chance. Thank you.
Thank you both. So before our next speaker, I want to reassure you that this commission, as your council, has also been apprised of the situation. We have read everything you've given us. That's really important. So you don't need to read it to us again. If there are some highlights, that would be really helpful to help this group continue to think, shape their ideas, and move the dialogue forward. We have read everything you've given us. Thank you.
Hi. Can we also call forward Josh Swire, Mike Swire, and Claudia Hislop? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zoe, and I've had many fun memories with the San Mateo ice rink. Please do not take it down so we can have many more memories. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe.
Okay. Hello, my name is Josh Swire, and I'm actually going to be reading a message from someone on the San Francisco Giants whose son was on the Cougars. And this was written by him. Okay. You can tell the committee that I think it would be a terrible mistake to close the rink. My son Shane played there for 4 years, and we need to give kids opportunities to have a safe place to go and be a part of a team, make friends, work hard, exercise, and feel a sense of accomplishment. Shane still talks about his hockey days as a San Mateo Cougar. He is now a sophomore at Scared Heart Prep in Afroton and on the golf team. His coach says that hockey is one of the best sports to make him a better golfer. He still stays in contact with some of the boys he played with on the San Mateo Cougars. In a day and age where our kids are getting lazier and lazier, playing video games in their houses all day, we need a place for them to become athletes. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Claudia Heislop, and I live in San Mateo. I've lived here for about 11 years now, and I'm here tonight because I firmly believe that our kids and families need constructive, fun, physical activities in our community. I was a competitive roller figure skater. I know a lot of people don't know that exists, but and I was a member of the Redwood Roller Sports Club for 12 years. So I watched a lot of kids grow up there in the 20 years that I've been associated with the Redwood Roller Rink. You may not know this, but the Redwood Roller Rink was sold a year ago. There are 2 years left on the lease, and it's a very good possibility that that rink will be demolished. So that is another source of activity that may go away. When I started skating back in 1995, there were 6 roller rinks in the Bay Area south of San Francisco. Now there's 1. So I believe that kids need activities to keep them busy, keeps them off the street, and it helps them live and develop a positive social environment. I've seen many of the kids that I watched grow up develop into very successful beings. They've become lawyers, physicians, executives, ice skating coaches, and I could go on. And most of them attribute a great deal of their success to having been in competitive roller skating and having developed the confidence, the skill, and the confidence, the skill, the discipline to do something and accomplish something. And we also have a child obesity problem. And so it's really important, I believe, that we have some physical activities. If this rink is to be demolished as well as the one in Redwood City, then these are two activities that will no longer be available for kids. And I urge you, please, not to approve this amendment and to let the city council know that we need this ice rink in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you. Could we have Jennifer Christensen, Jeff Gilbert, Lisa Tanner, please?
Hello, members of council. My name is Mike Swire. Thanks so much for hearing me today. Thanks to Josh and Zoe. You guys did a great job. I'm the online coordinator for the Friends of the Rink group, and I just want to have some quick comments, random factoids for you guys. First of all, I think you've heard it before. This is a terrible deal. They're offering $3 million. My really rough math says a new rink would cost roughly $18 million to build, and that's excluding the cost of land, which in this area we all know would run several million dollars. So basic fact is if this rink goes away, it's going to be very hard, if not impossible, to make up for it. It's imperative we have more recreational opportunities. The original rink was built in the 80s. Since 1980, the population of San Mateo has grown by 33%, or 25,000 people. And yet I think we can all agree that there's less green space now, less recreational opportunities for our kids. That just can't continue. This is a bad actor, and I don't think the city should do business with them. We've heard about them closing the rink without approval. We've heard about them lying to the public and getting caught through their public relations agency. They didn't inform us that less than 6 months ago they actually sold an industrial space within 10 miles of the property that, by my uneducated opinion, could have been great for an ice rink. The value of it would have been very similar to what they're offering now. My impression is that they have no interest in making good to the community. Their threat of putting up a fitness club seems ridiculous to me. If you look at the old master plan, it says that it needs to serve a similar number and type of users. I cannot imagine them justifying a fitness club serving my kids just like the ice rink did. And if the city is swayed by that kind of threat, that's really that's disappointing. As the online coordinator, I want to make sure you know that we have 10,000 supporters that were in regular communication with us, and our numbers have grown by 2,000 since the last time we talked to you guys. So I know that the developer thinks that if they stretch this out, we'll just go away because the hockey team is disbanded. We're only getting stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Christensen, and I am a San Mateo resident for the past 20 years. I'm actually a third-generation San Mateo resident, and I've been a hockey mom for the past 10 years. So basically, if you guys are willing to consider accepting a $3 million bribe, I'll give you 3.1 if you don't change the master plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Gilbert. I reside at 223 East Bellevue Avenue in San Mateo. Good evening to the commission. I spoke to this very commission about 3 years ago regarding the situation of the 7-Eleven opening in our neighborhood. Like many of us preached then, the story is very similar. Do the right thing is what our group said. The group representing the 7-Eleven at the time said, we were just fighting a technicality. Well, we all know how that went. Now again, there is verbiage in an agreement that this rink should be operated. It was altered only to ensure that the property owner had some leniency in case the rink operator could not be found. Well, that situation is not what we're here for. There is an operator that wants to operate the rink. He was locked out. That in of itself is a travesty. The delay of this meeting till after the election has a lot of us wondering why. All of the voters in this building will remember these votes. The greed has to stop now. The voters of San Mateo recently voted to keep a sales tax increase for an additional 30 years. What we don't need is $3 million right now for an approximate $13 million business. What we need are more family recreational activities. What we don't need is more retail. When they signed the agreement, they knew what they were getting into. How do I tell my children that you can simply do what you want? The previous planning commission was clear to SPI in this very room. It is not right to shut down the business and then come to the city to negotiate a price for not having the operational rink. Their final directive was very clear from this very commission: open the rink immediately. Year and a half later, it's not only not open, they've threatened tonight to never open it no matter what you decide. How do you negotiate with somebody whose terms are dictated before you are allowed to negotiate? They've demonstrated their actions that they don't care what our citizens want. What our leaders need to do is ask them to do the right thing. It's time again for our elected and our appointed leaders to shine and stand up for the thoughts and rights of the citizens of San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Tanner, 218 Arbor Lane. I'm also the current president of the Beresford Hillsdale Neighborhood Association. I'd like to read you some spotlights from a letter that we submitted to the City Council in regard to retention of recreational space. We, the Board of Directors of the BHNA, would like to voice our concern on behalf of the thousands of residents we represent in the City of San Mateo for the preservation of and commitment to recreational space within our city boundaries. In the recent past, we have seen multiple recreation spaces, including the rink, threatened or redeveloped in our city or region. Funds from the sale of recreational space used to improve already existing recreational space, rather than to procure or create new recreational space, is insufficient and still considered a loss. In growing our city, recreational space is at a premium, and any given away or converted without full replacement is irretrievable. As our population increases, so does our need to have these spaces available for San Mateo residents and their families. We urge you to ensure that the quality of life in our community does not erode due to lost recreational space, and to ensure that this priceless space never be allowed to be negotiated away. We urge you to weigh any and all decisions carefully in regard to recreational space and its impact on the quality of life of San Mateo residents. Its value to the community is incalculable. Planning Commissioners, after hearing impassioned pleas this evening and hard information that you'll be hearing as well, I hope that you will find it inappropriate to remove the recreational use restriction and stand with your community to say that recreational space, priceless assets of our city, are not for sale. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have Christine Stiles, Greg St. Clair, Lynette Watterson, Deborah Carpa? Thank you.
Hi, Christine Stiles, San Mateo resident, 20 plus years. Thanks to each of you for serving our community. The spirit of community is here today in this room. Today, many of us are here for one reason. That's why I'm here anyway, the children, the youth of our community. Saved Bridgepoint Ice Rink for the kids. The Bridgepoint Ice Rink is priceless to our community. It is impossible to replace for a paltry $3 million. Cannot be resurrected anywhere in our city for that price. Where is that like-kind space available, and what would it cost to find a like location in the city of San Mateo and replace a rink on top of that? The negotiation stance of the city is very, very simple. Send the message loud and clear that the ice rink recreation space is a must-have and non-negotiable. It is clear that our city has not sent that message. We wouldn't be here in this room today if that message had been sent. I recently heard someone state, we have the power to create the world we want to live in. Our community has let you know loud and clear in so many ways, over and over again these last few years, what kind of community we want. Please do the right thing for the kids in our community. Do the right thing and save the ring. But one last request. I personally like the idea of tiny homes. If you accept this proposal from the developer, may I pay you, our city, $100,000 for our family to profit from building 4 tiny homes in lieu of our small house. That will ensure a long-term rental income stream for perpetuity to further increase the wealth of my family. Unless, of course, there are different rules for different people in our city.
Okay,
Hi,
I'm just going to say this again, and pardon me, my fellow commissioner will grant me a minute. It's really important that we just respect each other's right to get up here, and the applause is a rude interruption. The people that are here have the right to be here regardless of their opinion. If you disagree, keep that to yourself, please. If you'd like to applaud, do it for the folks that can't hear. And just do this, okay? But let's move on respectfully and peacefully, please. Greg?
Hi, Chair and fellow commissioners. Greg St. Clair, 40-year resident, father for sustainability commissioner. I used to go to the old rink. My kids went to the newer rink. I've listened to this for years. For 20 years, I've been dealing with this myself, coming to this stuff. I think it doesn't pass the smell test. I think when you have bad faith, like in real estate, I'm a realtor, you have bad faith dealing with the landlord. They penalize the landlord 3 times. We have something that's supposed to be doing good for our kids, for a benefit, for the whole project to be built. All the houses, commercial, everything. They take that element away. It's bad faith, because that's what everyone fought for. It's like a football player has a contract and they go, hey, I'm not going to live up to it now. Too bad. They have penalties and say, give us back our money. We should have penalties that say, you did this, you're supposed to be given a benefit for the kids and the community, and you're not doing it. We're not penalizing, but the company's making money. We just sold a building in the city here for over $100 million. The city made over $5 million from that one sale on the sales tax. We're talking about something that's bad faith here for the future. And when you deal with bad faith, there's only one to deal with it. You have the power to say no. Let them come up and show good faith, and then let's go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lynette Watterson. I'm a 32-year resident of Burlingame, and I own Crystal Cleaning Center in San Mateo, which was a business founded by my mom 52 years ago. I'm very troubled by the possibility of losing the ice rink, as it has been a wonderful place for families to enjoy an activity for all ages. What better place could there be for children who have been inspired by Olympic skaters or hockey players to try to strive to achieve their dreams of being like their idols on the ice? In recent years, reduced physical education in schools and time spent being sedentary, playing video games, social media, and texting have contributed to childhood obesity and the increase in attendant health problems. Having a place to interact with others, to have fun, and as an added bonus, get some exercise, Bridgepoint Ice Rink provides the perfect solution. The last thing we need is another retail store. Children and adults alike who have had fun ice skating will remember those moments shared long after they remember endless shopping trips. I would hate to think the SPI Holdings offer of $3 million or more would tip the Planning Commission's decision in SPI's favor. Reopening the Bridgepoint Ice Rink would allow members of our community to take a break from their myriad electronic devices and enjoy each other in a fun activity with the added benefit of exercise and interacting with family and friends in a wholesome environment. Every winter, there are pop-up ice rinks in the Bay Area, which people flock to for family fun. What could be better than having that capability all year long? I urge you to focus on doing something beneficial for the many people in our community who would love to have the Bridgepoint rink reopen and forgo the temptation of money and pressure to replace this tremendous community asset with more retail stores. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is Deborah Carpa here? Excuse me just a moment. Could we also call Marina von Blumstein, Stephanie Dubois, Herb Perez, Derek Daly. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to address maintaining both the quality of life and the financial benefits of keeping the ice rink. Online shopping has been increasing it's accelerating, and brick and mortar stores are losing money, and Bridgepoint should welcome additional customers who shop while a family member is practicing on the rink, especially and including Sports Authority. I used to spend more time shopping at Bridgepoint when the rink was open, and I haven't been to the center in recent years. With all the new apartments and condominiums that are rising in San Mateo and Foster City, there is a projected shortage of restaurants and bars, and a new unique one should be encouraged and would also draw shoppers. And I'm referring to having a restaurant which overlooks the ice rink. People in the area look for something unique where to spend their money and time in a restaurant, and the ambiance in new restaurants in other cities such as San Carlos is very competitive. I'm aware that a few restaurants have not been successful in that building. However, that did not take advantage of their location and offer a view of the rink. A restaurant and bar with a view of the rink would draw couples to the rink if they had a warm place to socialize, and would be frequented by friends and family practicing hockey in addition to skating, carnival, and competitions. I'm originally from out of state and have met others from states with a winter recreation who miss the positive aspects of the winter environment and would welcome, and when they relocate for a job, and would welcome a restaurant and bar with a view of the rink. The Bay Area is also becoming an international destination for real estate, and an ice rink would broaden the appeal for this group. It's clearly not a community benefit when the ice rink has been shuttered and dollars can't compensate for a deteriorating quality of life in a highly dense living environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm reading this for Marina Van Bloomstein, who had to leave. She's at 316 Castilian Way, San Mateo resident. As a San Mateo resident, I'm in favor of saving the San Mateo ice skating rink. Our community needs a place where we can spend time with our families, have fun with others, and get some exercise. I'm tired of developers pushing their way through our city, not understanding or caring about our community. We put zoning and master plans in place for a reason. We want our city to be properly planned and have good infrastructure. The idea of giving the city a mere $3 million for rezoning is ludicrous. Homes in San Mateo are selling for over $2 million. As city officials, any city official who supports taking the money instead of ensuring the rink is operational clearly does not have the best interest of our community in mind. This is just another example of how our city is not paying attention to San Mateo residents. This poor planning needs to stop. We are a growing community, adding buildings every day, but not enough infrastructure, and now threatening to get rid of even more recreational sites. Some are arguing only outsiders are pushing to keep this rink, not enough people from San Mateo. Our community is the peninsula. All of us use the local facilities. My family goes to soccer in Foster City, played volleyball in Redwood City. I've taken Zumba classes in San Carlos. We interact with neighboring cities. We do not live in a bubble, nor should we pretend to. Say no to the developer. San Mateo and our neighbors need recreational facilities just as much as we need great schools, good roads, and sensible leaders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dubois.
Good evening. My name is Stéphane Dubois. I'm the CEO and founder of a tech startup business that has been headquartered in San Mateo for 9 years at 1825 South Grant. Like many other businesses, not only we pay taxes to the city of San Mateo, but we help provide jobs to residents and others. Those employees provide significant tax revenue to the city via their daily patronage of local restaurants, shops, health clubs, gas stations, public transportation, as well as their fair share of parking tickets. As you know, technology businesses in Silicon Valley compete heavily to attract the best employees. Team building activities are very critical. Like many other businesses, my company was a regular user of the rink. Every quarter, we used to treat everyone with a lunch session at the rink, which allowed employees to bond and have a good time. After all, what's more fun than seeing your boss struggling awkwardly on a pair of skates? The rink was a favorite of our team. Inexpensive, accessible. It was the perfect activity, and it was right here. So now that the rink is closed, what else has San Mateo to offer for team building? Not much. We go kayaking in Half Moon Bay, climbing in Belmont, and karting in Burlingame. As more and more tech companies choose to locate to San Francisco, it would be good for San Mateo to think about what it's going to do to remain attractive to tech businesses. Losing that rink has not helped. As planning commissioners, you have the hard task of balancing individual rights with public welfare. I'm a firm believer in property rights, but I strongly believe that a change to the master plan will unfairly benefit a single property owner who knew the rink had to stay when he purchased the property at the price he paid, at the expense of a community who planned for the rink to be there when they bought their house or signed their lease, as I did. They planned for it because it is in the master plan. The master plan is the constitution of this community, and you are the guardians of this constitution. And the people in this room hold for one truth to be self-evident, that the master plan requires for this property owner to provide an operating ice rink to this community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. By way of disclosure, I am the mayor of Foster City. My name is Herb Perez. I'm also the owner and operator of Gold Medal Centers, and I'll be before you perhaps in another week or so with one of my own projects, which we have found San Mateo to be the perfect home for a recreational facility. Tonight, I'm here to speak on behalf of residents that I serve in this community, over 1,800 residents from San Mateo, Foster City, Burlingame, Belmont, and San Carlos, and now up in Mountain View. There is no doubt that you are forced with a very difficult policy question, and that is the policy question of the public good. At a point in time, there was someone that deemed it was important to have an ice rink there as part of a legacy for your community, about something that they cared about. And they cared about it so much, they made it a condition of approval for a substantial development in your community. And it was a business development. And all the time as a businessman myself, I make decisions. In my most recent project, I made a decision, and I make financial decisions that benefit the community to the benefit of the community. So for me, the policy question for you is simple. Was the original policy for the benefit of recreation for your community, something that they are impassioned about, which was ice skating, important enough for you to maintain that? And that is a question for you, and it's a difficult one. For me, the question is simple, though. As an athlete who went to the Olympic Games as a result of being in a recreational program, I was fortunate enough to walk in, to wander in, and have this opportunity. There are virtually no opportunities for ice skaters in this area, and people that might go to an Olympic Games, and I think that that is sad. And you do have that opportunity. It's unfortunate that from time to time developers do what's in the best interest of a business as proposed, definitely what's not best interest of your community, not your community, San Mateo, but your extended community. As I look at this, I'm also concerned about the business impact. The business case that was made by the developer I found to be wanting, because I can look at it as a shopping center that was struggling, town and country, across from one of the biggest shopping centers in the area. And they found a way to make it successful. And if they want to, they can too. Thank you for your time, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. We are residents 704 Fifth Avenue. My son and I play hockey while my wife and daughter skate recreationally. The rink closure has significantly reduced our exercise activity and enjoyment. The Bridgepoint Ownership Group was aware of the legal necessity to maintain the rink at its acquisition. It is possible that the closure has inflicted negative health and well-being upon San Mateo residents, such as ourselves. The proposed amount to release this prior commitment is unreasonably low, with any like-for-like replacement of a functional indoor skating rink built here in Central Park, for example, to far exceed $10 to $15 million. The most simple, most fair, and most economical solution is to reopen Bridgepoint Ice immediately. I ask that the amendment request be denied. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Alicia Ong, Martin Espinoza, Tom Carney, Jennifer Schwartz, Susie Hodges, Thomas Morgan, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alicia Ong, and I am also a San Mateo resident at 1000 Park Place. I, like many others here, are here to speak out in opposition to the amendment for the Bridgepoint property. I just have a few things to add. I think the cost-benefit analysis doesn't take into account the cost to San Mateo residents in terms of time. Time spent, traveling to rinks in San Francisco or Redwood City in order to find a functional ice rink. Also, I believe it sets a bad precedence. What type of message does it send to people? That it's okay to follow just the letter of the law and not the spirit of the law, that rules are only there for people who don't have enough money to change them, that the needs of the community are secondary to the needs of corporations. So once again, I urge you to vote against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Martin Espinoza. I'm a homeowning, tax-paying parent here in San Mateo. Quite frankly, I'm appalled that we're still talking about this 2.5 years later after it started. The ice rink is more than just a sheet of ice that we go to. It's an opportunity for people of all ages, races, religions to go on. I myself have been playing hockey for over 35 years and still play it today. It's taught me plenty of lessons that as a kid that I have carried out throughout my life. Teamwork, resilience, friendship, and self-esteem among a few. Having a rink also helps our kids have a physical outlet and for great exercise. In a day and age where our kids are inundated with games, being on the couch all day, we need a rink to get them out to play an actual game. Do not deny this opportunity for us to have this exercise, socialize, and to learn about competition. We have 100 places to shop, probably thousands. We only have one rink. It's already been shuttered. Don't close it forever. What is the price you put on our heads? What is the price you guys put on your pride? Do the right thing.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Tom Carney. I'm from Carney Refrigeration here in San Mateo. I'm also a member of U.S. Speed Skating, and excuse me, I'm the president of the Northern California Speed Skating Association. A few of our first races were held here at Fashion Island. We were then lured away by Oakland and San Jose because of the available ice time. We just couldn't get enough ice time because there's only one slab here, and there's several slabs at both San Jose and Oakland. So this location here has it's a great place to learn to skate. Before you get down low and go really fast like Apollo Ono. I'm getting a little emotional here. It's just silly, but anyway.
Take your time.
You have to know how to stand on skates and how to stop and go, and so anyway, this is a great place to learn how to get those skills and then continue on and come join us in Oakland or San Jose. The voters in San Mateo just approved the sales tax extension, which was mentioned before, proving that we want a better infrastructure. And you, as the Planning Commission, I urge you to do your job and to plan for our city's future and allow us to dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Schwartz. I've skated at the rink since it was part of the former Fashion Island Mall, and I've been a supporter of keeping the rink open since before it closed. This is my second time speaking here. I'm an adult hockey player, former board member for the Northern California Women's Hockey League. I live and work in this community, and I annually volunteer to help the San Mateo County-wide Adaptive Physical Education Program, which formerly utilized the rink at Bridgepoint yearly to provide students with disabilities the opportunity to experience the joy of being on the ice. The two rinks left in this county where I currently play hockey in Belmont and Redwood City have become severely impacted by the Bridgepoint closure. I'm not saying anything that hasn't already been said or that I haven't said before, so I'll just say this. As voted for previously, this rink belongs in our community, this rink belongs to our community, and the monetary value of new retail establishments will never exceed the immeasurable value of this ice rink. Please vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susie Hodges, and I've been a resident of San Mateo for 18 years. I am not formally affiliated with Save Our Rink, but I'm happy to wear their button tonight because I'm grateful to them for standing up and representing the San Mateo community in a way in which the city itself, or at least certain members of the city, seem reluctant to do. I feel quite frustrated and bewildered by the fact that my own city government does not appear inclined to fight for the continued operation of the ice rink, which the city stipulated to be part of the Bridgepoint development and which the current developer was aware was part of the deal. As a mother of 2 children, I have learned that actions speak louder than words. By allowing SPI to buy their way out of the rink, we are telling our children that our city values materialism and consumerism more than recreation and quality of life, and that with enough money, anyone can get what they want, regardless of the commitments they have made. Will a new store give our kids an opportunity to exercise, to learn and master a new skill, to be part of a team, to enjoy time together making memories with family and friends? And to be clear, our family's not a hockey family. We like ice skate just for fun. My daughter hasn't even had a chance to go because she's only 7. So I'm just feeling really frustrated that this is even an issue right now. It should be open. We should be enjoying it. I ask you, the members of our Planning Commission, to decline to support the proposal before you tonight and to hold SBI to the commitment they have made to operate the rink. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas Morgan. I'm a resident of San Mateo. It's interesting, I read the newspaper and I see that Donald Trump is trying to say that we shouldn't allow a certain group of people in our country. Yet, for the past 2.5 years, a big chunk of our community has been denied the right of the ice rink at Bridgepoint. There are 2 other big major mall projects in the area, one at Valco and recently the Hillsdale project that are here. And both of those shopping centers realize the importance of entertainment and recreation at their shopping sites to attract people because the change of the internet. I've also been going around and looking at different mall projects that were recently built. And one that I noticed was coming off 380 in San Bruno, and it's not the same size as the ice rink or the ice rink location, but I noticed that 4 out of the 5 businesses are service-oriented. And the service-oriented businesses do not actually pay sales tax, so we don't really know what's going to go in those spots, so I think that's something we should consider. Also, I want to point out, and I don't think this point's been made out tonight, is that SPI is their specialty is landlord, and it's going to be the individual retailer and the shops in the community that are going to make Bridgepoint successful. So I would support opposing the condition change and find a win-win situation where we can get people shopping and playing at Bridgepoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Could we have Tony King, Brian Marshall, Jeremy Verba, Linda Davidson, Marco Marini, Brian Sina?
You'd like to? Okay. Okay. How are you doing? You good for that? Okay. You okay for continue?
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I'm a resident of Fremont, but I was a 5-time-a-week user of the Bridgepoint Ice Center for more than a decade. I guess you know there's a lot of reasons why this issue has struck a chord with everyone, and I just wanted to bring up 3 of them. I think number 1, I think everybody here knows that the property manager has not acted in good faith. Trying to throw money around to make a, quote, problem, close quote, go away is not only bad business, but it also really sends a bad message to everyone, especially children. You know, hockey is about accountability to your teammates, and what SPI has tried to do is skirt accountability. And now tonight, they said if they don't get their way, the building's going to remain closed. Number 2, Hockey and skating develops discipline and having structure in a participant's life. And I've seen former California Cougars players who played at Bridgepoint Ice Center go on to receive scholarships. I know of one who played in NCAA Division I hockey. Some have become chefs, and some have also gone on to successful careers in the tech industry. And I'll guarantee you this, I know those kids, and they wouldn't have been able to do that if they hadn't played hockey, because it gave them that discipline. And then 3, city government needs to be responsive to its constituents. You're all public servants. You're here to serve the best interests of the people you serve, and the people want the rink back. You need to know that we feel the city shouldn't be bullied by a property owner, that the people want, what the people want should matter the most. And what do the people want? They want the rink back. Thank you.
Thank you.
What he said. What they all said. Hi, I'm Brian Marshall. I'm a 20-year resident of San Mateo. I live at 1428 Bradley Court. I have 3 kids, 16, 11, and 7. They all ice skate. They've all got hockey equipment. I can't bring them. We don't have time in the week to go play hockey. There's not enough opportunity. I urge you to deny their request and don't give in to the greed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
Linda Davidson. I urge you to vote against this change. They had a word in their presentation that said, not a major change. Not a major change? They're gutting it. They're not paying attention to the community. Yes, they're business people, but business is not war against a community. This is like a siege, except people don't die. My problem is, I'm sorry it's such a poor turnout, but kids quit skating. They couldn't find a team. The ones that graduated that should have been in upper levels now had to quit. There's no ice time. Business isn't a siege. It's a punishment right now for the community, and that just annoys me. I only know what I read in the paper. The paper says that we have another mall here that is going to put in entertainment, Hillsdale, because the internet is knocking their socks off. We have a mall here that has entertainment. That doesn't seem like a good business idea to tear it out. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Linda.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Marco Marini. I am a father of 4. I've been a homeowner in San Mateo for 15 years, and I'm also the founder and CEO of a company that is based in San Mateo. I've been playing hockey for 43 years, and this closure has impacted me and my family. I played on a team for 10 years. That team no longer exists. After the rink closed, we couldn't find a place or a league to play. They were all full, unless we drove more than an hour, which just doesn't work with 4 kids. I also have a 5-year-old that recently discovered skating as a result of the Central Park temporary rink and loves that. We called around to see if there were skating lessons anywhere around, and everything is booked. This is a big deal for me. This is a big deal for our community. It's a very important recreational facility, and I urge that you turn this down and force the rink to be opened again. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Senna. I'm a resident of San Mateo, about 15 years, father of 3, and I played hockey there at the rink in San Mateo for a long time, and tried to think about what I could add to this besides what we've already heard. And I think the best I could do is kind of come up with an analogy of, you've got a huge farmland, and you've sold that farmland to a developer, and you've said you can build whatever you want on that, but you just need to leave the farmhouse over there that my grandmother lives in alone. Okay? And then they build it, and after about 5 years, they decide, we're just going to shutter that house. And your grandmother can walk by it. She just can't get into it. She can see the house, but she can't go in there. And that's kind of what's been going on here, and I think it's really frustrating. I think that they're trying to go, change the rules midstream, and they signed up for what they signed up for, and they need to abide by that. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian.
Could we please have Ann Bonneville, Ann Harvey, Doug Harvey, Sharon Sakai, Angel Sheridan, Kenneth Tana.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Ann Bonneville. I'm a resident of 1448 Via Vista in the Edgewater Isle community of San Mateo. And this is my son, Montana, who has just become a Life Boy Scout this evening, earlier in the evening. And I wanted to come to you because I'm also an assistant scoutmaster in the community. And the Pacific Skyline Council is right across the border from where this ice rink is. And what we try to do in scouting is to provide a variety of activities and opportunities for our scouts, both boys and girls, where they can grow as citizens, they can participate in meetings such as this evening, they can participate in camping and hiking and bicycling, and the variety that you show to the kids is invaluable. And to have an ice rink as part of that variety in our community is an amazing thing, and I urge you not to allow this ice rink to close. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is Ann Harvey here? Doug Harvey? Ms. Sakai?
Hi. I agree with everything that's been said already. I just think in the world that we have today, when there's just senseless hatred and no bonding and non-actions, I think that we need more things in our community that pull our children together, that cross borders of race and age, gender, everything. Things that we can do together is something that we want to encourage. And I just think that it's really important to keep activities like ice rink, bowling, things that are just disappearing from our lives that are important in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Angel Sheridan. I'm a San Mateo resident. I'm an ice hockey player, but most importantly, I'm an adaptive PE teacher. 10 years ago, a colleague of mine went to the Bridgepoint ice rink and said, "I'd like my students to skate." And they said, "Sure." She said, "Well, they're special ed students." They said, "Fine." She said, "Well, they're in wheelchairs." They said, "No problem." They were the first rink to allow our students to come on the ice in their power wheelchairs, in their regular wheelchairs, to come on sleds and be pulled by other students, to go in chairs and use those as well. That was 10 years ago. Today we have over 900 students skating in that program. I've seen students come to the point where they wouldn't come in the rink because they were too afraid. I have one particular student who's a blind student and has autism spectrum disorder. He was too afraid to come in the rink. The next year he came into the rink. The following year he touched the ice. The next year he got on a chair. The next year he pushed his friend on a chair. Next year he skated, and now his family takes him skating weekly at other rinks because this one is now closed. But it is an important piece of our community. One of my friends and volunteers of our program has already spoke tonight. It's a community program. We have people from all over the peninsula come to volunteer in this program. It's really important that we keep this open as opportunities for our families with our students with special needs, because they have very few opportunities to share things with their kids. So thank you. Please keep the rink open.
Thank you, Angel.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Kenneth Tona, and I must also disclose that I am an elected official in San Mateo County as the director of the Bayshore Sanitary District with constituents in Daly City and parts of Brisbane, many of which are very upset of the closure of the ice rink. I am also a 35-year store manager of retail business. I'm the original manager of the Molly Stone's Market at 42nd Avenue in San Mateo, as well as now I work for DeHoff's Key Markets, who recently had a store not far from Bridgepoint. I can tell you firsthand from 35 years of experience that San Mateo does not need any more retail. Additional retail in the Bridgepoint Shopping Center will only cannibalize each other. I can tell you that because recently we had to close our store in the Shoreview Shopping Center not far from Bridgepoint. I must tell you that as a businessman, it's important to give back to the communities that we serve. Tonight I ran here from a basketball game that myself and other businessmen that do business in San Mateo give back to the community by officiating sports for our youth. I can tell you, I've been in that association for 15 years, and the youth at Aragon, Hillsdale, San Mateo, and the surrounding high schools want more recreation. They want to stay out of trouble. One thing about the Bridgepoint ice rink, it had the longest operating hours of any business in that shopping center, keeping people recreated and out of trouble from early morning until late night. I was there many nights picking up my children. I have 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, that would skate there until after midnight. I knew where they were. They were out of trouble. We've lost that. I think it's so important to reopen the rink right away, keep the promise to your constituents of the and the courage that commissioners had before you to keep it open. I think it's so important. And I think it's important that you tell SBI that if they're going to do business in the community, that they give back.
Need you to wrap up, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Could we please have Amy Bruckner, Joe Maitland, Cara Cox, and I believe it's James Wood, Georgiana Roybal, Tim Elliott, Sydney Pang, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time tonight and really appreciate this opportunity to come and speak to you about this issue. My name is Amy Bruckner. I'm a resident of San Mateo. You've seen the empirical data that was presented by the Save the Rink folks who I'm here in support of. I am a certified roller skating instructor here in the Bay Area, and what I can speak to is that I know firsthand the human benefits of having our recreational facilities available to us. You can't imagine the benefits of health and fitness, and as well as connection and fellowship with people in our community. I mean, you can't even imagine seeing a kid's face light up when they finally nail that skill that they've been practicing for weeks. The celebration of that game-winning goal, and just the quality time that parents can spend with their kids is priceless, and certainly should not be sold for $3 million. When I think about what's all that's transpired in the last few years, it strikes me that the unauthorized closure of the rink it really amounts to the tantrum of a child who can't have their way and wants to take their ball and go home until the rules are changed to fit their needs. And that's very upsetting that, first of all, that grown adults would act that way. But it stands to reason that families that frequent the rink are going to spend their money at Bridgepoint. They're going to eat at the restaurants after a game. They're going to, mom might run some errands while her kids are practicing. I mean, it feels like it's a great fit. It has been, and I feel like the support of the community today shows that they would continue to do so. And on top of closing the rink, we've talked about the $3 million price tag. And I think anybody who suffered the experience recently of paying their rent or a mortgage lately knows that in the Bay Area, the real estate market here is no joke. And $3 million just is a pittance. And again, it does not compare to the human value that it brings to our families and our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Hello, I'm going to read a note for Georgiana Roybal because she had to leave for tonight. Hi, my name is Georgiana Roybal. I am from San Mateo, and my family, friends, and all the people I know want the San Mateo ring back. I have a 2- and 4-year-old girl, so I have made a huge effort to show up at this meeting. But I'm doing this for my girls and for all my friends and children that were not able to attend, so they have many other things on their list. This should be the City Council's job to make sure the people they represent get the ring back, which they shouldn't have lost in the first place. My husband learned how to skate on the rink back when it was a Fashion Island, and we want the same experience for our daughters. Last week, my husband, my girls, and I were so excited to try Central Park ice rink. That was too bad because the lines to get in were so long we had to give up trying to get in. We went prepared to get in on a different day, and once we got in, we couldn't get our 4-year-old daughter off the ice for 2 hours. She would like to take ice skating lessons, but where? Somehow the people represent us believe that there are not enough residents in San Mateo interested in the ice rink. They probably don't have kids and don't live in San Mateo. They should come to visit San Mateo Central Park on the weekend and see how busy it is. Our kids not only need to have many wide variety of activities to choose from, we are trying to get them outside and have fun by exercising and not sitting in front of the computer or TV. We don't need any more shopping centers. We have enough of those.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is James Wood. I am not a resident of San Mateo, but I am a resident of the area, and while it was open, an occasional user of the ice rink. I think that many other members of the community here have shown how important the rink is to everybody. So even though I agree with most of what the Save the Rink people and the others here have said, I want to focus on one or two other things. I think there's been overwhelming evidence that the developer has acted in bad faith in closing the rink, and it's shown that more than any other reason by just the fact that it was closed before there was even an application before this commission to authorize a change in the use. What the developer says can't really be trusted in terms of their willingness and ability to fulfill what they have said and the assumptions that they have used in connection with the report. With all due respect to the committee, to the city's staff and their report and the analysis of what has been done here, I think it is very clear to anybody who looks at this that there are serious questions about the methodology and assumptions and facts underlying the economic analysis and the decisions that are being placed before us here, as well as the legal argument that has been created about the formula for coming up with a mitigation cost. I guess my main point in saying that is I think that this commission should not be bamboozled in any way into thinking it is required to accept the specific amount of money that is being offered in connection with this transaction. If anybody on this commission thinks that's the case, or elected officials or staff members of the city think so, I would strongly urge the commission to request further advice from its council and its staff to clarify more carefully exactly what its obligations are from experts. I'm not an expert on that, but I just have to believe that that's not the case at all. So finally, I would just conclude by saying I do disagree with one thing that has been said by the Save the Rink representatives, and that is I assume that everybody on this commission is going to act in good faith. And therefore, if they reach the conclusion that they should approve this request, that's not an unethical act. It's just one that would be, in my judgment, extremely poor judgment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman and fellow commissioners, my name's Jo Maitland. I'm a resident here in San Mateo for the past 2 years. I've been in the US for about 15 years now, and I definitely feel like this is a real community that I belong to. Part of that, I think, is the history that people have here in the community, and the ice rink is indicative of the history and the memories, and you've heard a lot of the impassioned pleas tonight to preserve that history. I agree with everything that's been said and would urge you to reject the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Good evening. My name is Sidney Pang, and I'm a new resident of San Mateo. I grew up playing hockey. It started with rollerblades, then came hockey sticks with my brother, for my brother and myself. Shortly after, we went shopping for protective gear. Hockey was not a game my parents knew or understood, but what they did understand was that when what they did understand was when their boys found a healthy hobby. They grew up poor in communities where only privileged children could enjoy sports. With hockey, their children got outside, their boys played together, and their boys met other kids in the community and bonded over a simple game. While they would worry for our safety, they would let us play. To me, hockey was my childhood. We played every single day after school. I think that sentence alone doesn't do justice to, how many times we scored goals, how much trouble we likely avoided, and how many times we laughed at witnessing things that literally can only happen on two skates. I find it sad that a childhood like mine will not take place in a community which my wife and I literally spent 8 months searching for a house in. My wife and I are now expecting our first child, a little girl, and I'm here tonight to fight for her opportunity to take the ice when she's ready. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Good evening. I just wanted to talk very briefly about bad faith and lack of consequences. SPI agreed to terms that it no longer wants to abide by. I want to remind the city that I have terms that I've agreed to the city that I don't want to abide by. When I bought my house in this city, I agreed to pay my property taxes. Wouldn't it be nice if in 10 years I could just stop paying because I'd like a little more money in my pocket? Then, if the city turned to me and said, Kara, you should really pay your property taxes, and my response was, not so into it. Then 2 years later, after still not paying my property taxes, the city said, you know what, Kara, forget about those taxes, because, hey, you're not paying them anyways. Please do not support this behavior, because that's essentially what SPI is doing, and it's ludicrous. I think this hearing should be about the consequences it should have for not abiding by the terms of its agreement, not legitimizing illegal and unethical behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara.
Good evening. My name is Tim Elliott. I'm a 9-year resident of San Mateo, along with my wife and 2 children. Thank you to the Commission for taking public comment this evening. We've heard a lot of testimony, I'll call it, from people tonight that can go back to the old days and they use the Fashion Island rink, or they speed skate or play hockey leagues. I think nobody was more eloquent than Zoe, who said she has great memories of the rink and hopes to have many more. In contrast to them, I have no memories of the rink. And I probably won't have any even if it were to reopen. Skating, hockey, not my thing. But why I'm here is because I love this community. I love our city of San Mateo. And one of the reasons I love it so much is because it has so much to offer. So much in terms of opportunity and access. I love it so much that I volunteer in numerous ways within our community, in the local court system. I'm on a board member of a local nonprofit that serves our community and seeks to reduce conflict and violence and empower young people. I feel so strongly and passionately about our community. But things change. We see tennis courts and softball fields come under assault. And now the ice skating and hockey facility. They say change is inevitable, but it doesn't have to be, particularly in circumstances like this. So I'd ask the Commission, in your deliberations and discernment, to please consider the public good. What is best for the public and those future generations of people who could continue to have access, to continue to have opportunity, to do something I don't care about. But it's enriching to our community, and more retail is really going to make a less interesting place to live. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tim.
Could we please have Pauline Cho, Eric Johnson, Joanne, I believe it's Kerbavaz, Lisa Vandervoord, Stephanie Munoz, Mark Baker, and Lena Torgerson.
Good evening. My name is Pauline Chu, and I live with my husband in Foster City for 10 years now. Our son lives in the East Coast. He's 32, and he has played hockey since he was in second grade. Every time he came to visit, if he could stay for more than a week, he would bring all his hockey stuff and play pickup hockey at the Bridgepoint rink. And I was really happy to see that. And now if he visits, he cannot play hockey anymore. And it's not just hockey players, but ice skaters and recreational skaters need a rink to call their own. From the papers that I read, one of the complaints from the SPI people was that a lot of people outside San Mateo was using the rink. What's wrong with that? That's what we need. Ice skaters and hockey players need people to come to their rink. When we lived in Pennsylvania, my son had a tournament in Lake Placid, and there was a team from California. I think they were the Ajax, and they won the tournament in my son's age bracket. If a team from California could go all the way to upstate New York for a tournament, why can't other teams come to California? All we need to do is improve and upgrade and promote our rink so that it appeals to ice skaters as well as hockey players, children of all ages as well as adults, to welcome this place, to call it a home. So please save the rink so that everybody can have some recreational and be proud of Foster City and San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for hearing all these concerns from your community. My name is Eric Johnson. I'm from San Francisco. Since I came to college in 1981 in the Bay Area, I've unfortunately only lived a very short time in San Mateo, but my brother's family has been here for a couple decades and shares the concerns that we have about the potential ice rink loss. I actually one of those guys who do have a memory. I skated at Fashion Island. I loved that. I thought that was so cool coming from a small town to come and see a place where you could go skate and have shopping and things around there. I'm very glad that the city was foresighted enough in 1998 to require the preservation of that facility and that idea. Now, as my daughter has gone off to college already, I just thought I would share a couple photos. These are the sort of thing that Tom Carney spoke about, those learning, how to stop and go. These early steps, back when she was 4 years old or so, at the ice chalet at San Mateo. These sort of things with her little friends, teaching her how to skate. With my wife and my uncle, multi-generational, teaching her to take those first steps. Around the time of the Vancouver Olympics, we went up there, she got excited, interested in skating. Hey, Dad, can we do something in skating? We looked around, well, sure enough, she found the Northern California Speed Skating Association, started doing that, roped me in. I became a midlife convert to all of that. So I would ask you, how many similar moments that we've all heard about have already not happened in the time that it's been closed? How many will not happen now and going forward if you don't reopen? And in some sense, really wondering why the question here isn't some sort of punishment for the fact that it has been closed all this time, rather than should we consider taking some money from them to allow them to get out of this responsibility that they seem to have agreed on. And again, I agreed with almost everything else that the supporters here said, and disagreed with almost everything in I don't understand the staff's presentation and how you could have come to this point, but the whole use of water use, come on. If they really had good faith, why would they be trying to convince the city to worry about the water that, okay, you're going to use in another ice rink somewhere else in the city? Same water, same city. Thanks very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Eric.
Good evening. My name is actually Lisa Vandervoort, and I've been a resident of San Mateo for close to 30 years. I'm really not one to get too involved. In the 30 years I've lived in San Mateo, I've only been involved in one community issue, and that was the co-location of Peninsula High School, like I said, 2 years ago. I led the community opposition against that proposal, and that effort was a success. So I stand again before you tonight, backing a cause way too important to stay quiet. I'm not a skater, so I have no bone in this fight. What I do have is a belief that a recreational asset as unique as the ice rink, with local and regional appeal to people of all ages and abilities, and should I say disabilities as well, belongs here in San Mateo. Despite what SPI said tonight, the rink has thrived as a local and regional attraction, and it's unique to this area, driving traffic to Bridgepoint and bringing money to San Mateo businesses. Now SPI wants to back out of their agreement, even having the gall to close the rink under the disingenuous guise that the wording didn't require that the rink actually be operational. I'd like to see that position stand up in a court of law. And to add insult to injury, after their pre-application was unanimously denied by this same planning commission back in May of 2014, SPI has now returned with the same proposal, just adding a $3 million carrot to get you to change your mind. That's chump change. Let's try more like 5 times that to buy the land and build a new rink, and then we'll talk. And to SPI's comment tonight that the building will just sit empty if the city denies this application, well, that's just extortion, and I find it outrageous. Bottom line is, the city should not reward the behavior of this developer who shut down the rink without approval and in violation of the master plan, therefore depriving this city and its citizens a recreational amenity that they agreed to provide. You have a choice to make. And I urge you to listen to the voices that you hear tonight. Do you hear one person demanding more retail?
Ashley,
Crickets.
Please wrap up, please.
That should be your answer. We are your constituents. We are San Mateo. You represent us. Just say no. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Joanne Karbavas. I live in Half Moon Bay, but that's actually a good thing, not just because I like Half Moon Bay, but because I think it is a good thing that this facility was a regional recreational facility. And I trust that the Commission understands the value to the city for having that regional facility, just as Half Moon Bay recognizes the value of having a beach. I think the closure without permission to change use is bad faith. There's no other reason to leave the facility shuttered while they're not even yet asking permission to change that use. It undermines any trust in the developer. And I think it goes on with the grasping at straws and in the arguments that I felt were disingenuous of comparing the sales tax revenue from a retail store to an ice rink. That's not the question. Or the water use, which again is not the question at hand. I consider those arguments continuing in the bad faith of not looking at the real issues here. I also question the CEQA analysis that will allow the simple striking of one of the overriding considerations. I wouldn't take that quite so lightly, since that was the whole basis for the acceptance of the EIR at the time. I think the mitigation payment is clearly inadequate, and I think others have questioned that economic analysis that came up with that amount. And again, I would not consider the city in the position where it must accept that amount that came and doesn't have the choice to simply reject it. I think the fact that there are not other sites that are available shows the importance of retaining the site that you do have, something that has been recognized repeatedly by this commission and by other decision makers when this proposal has been made, including the revamp of the general plan with the change to the newer Bridgepoint Center. I urge you to reject this proposed amendment for the benefit of the city and the benefit of the region. And I appreciate you being so patient as to listen to all this comment tonight. And I appreciate everything you've done to keep this civil as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi there. My name is Mark Baker. I was born here in San Mateo, Mills Hospital, went to Baywood, Burrell, Aragon. And in the early 90s, rollerblading was all the rage, and the San Jose Sharks came to town. So my friends and I would go over to Baywood and play roller hockey every weekend. I lived on those skates. And as a result, I begged my parents to play ice hockey. I really wanted to get on the ice. And unfortunately, at that time, there just weren't enough rinks or youth ice hockey organizations. So I had to settle for baseball, unfortunately. And after college, though, when I moved back to the Bay Area, I found the Peninsula Hockey Association that made its home at Bridgepoint. And I've been playing on that same team for 8 years now. And I've been living up in San Francisco for the last 7. And when Bridgepoint closed down, I've had to go to half season. And it's just too far to drive every week down to San Jose. And that's not really the reason I'm here, though, for me. My wife, who actually was born in San Mateo as well, and I just found out we're expecting twins. And yeah, and we decided to move out of the city, and I'm excited to say we actually just closed on a house a few weeks ago here in San Mateo. So we're excited to be back, but I'm really disappointed that my children won't have the option to play hockey here in San Mateo. That's what I wanted to do. And I'm not saying they're going to want to play hockey, but I'd love for them to have that chance. So, in every other kid that's growing up in this area, we just don't have enough rinks here, especially in the Mid-Peninsula. So, I would urge you to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and congratulations.
Evening, and thank you for serving the city of San Mateo. My name is Liana Torgerson, and I'll speak on my behalf to you guys. I wanted to share a personal experience with you that I have with the rink. Besides that, I agree that the rink needs to be reopened and available to the citizens to use as an ice rink. I used to be a member of the Bay Area Bulldogs team. I played on a co-ed team. On Sunday afternoon, as I geared up for a recreational hockey game, a little girl, no older than 5 or 6 years old, turned to her father and said, "Whoa, that's a girl playing." And I turned to her and I said, "You could too, but looks like that's not the case right now." There's a lot that could be learned, and there's a lot of benefits that come from the ice rink. It is a life skill that goes on to school, to work, to life. That is why it's a life skill. And that's not an opportunity that is worth $3 million. Is that the price tag that we're willing to take? Is that the price tag we're willing to give? No. So as you consider this, please consider what's a life skill and what we want to provide to the youth of today. In hockey, I learned that if you don't follow rules, you either get penalized or ejected. And looks like SPI is not following rules. I think we know what the right answer is. But you being the referees today, please decide what's the right thing to do today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Stephanie Munoz. I'm not an outsider. I'm your neighbor. And I have been where you are going. And I want to tell you about it. And I think you need to know. I live in Los Altos Hills and Palo Alto. And Palo Alto, for the past 20 years, has been struggling with what you are now looking at. There is a certain, what is it they call it? The invisible force that somehow drives governors and senators and council members to try to improve on land values, whether it makes any sense or not. There's just sort of an irrational impulse. Anyway, Palo Alto, in its quest for better land values, lost the only bowling alley in town, the last orchard in what was once called the Valley of Heart's Delight, and recently, 400 people, 100 units of the last trailer park in town. And these were people that were there in 1925. And they seem not to realize that they're doing what you're being asked to do. And the first thing I want you to remember is that list that the young woman had, the lovely one with the blonde hair, those 7 points that started out with the comp plan. If you like, you're going to be here past midnight tonight. If you like that, just keep on this road, because week after week in Palo Alto, you have developers, you give them an inch, and they take a yard. Over and over and over, they want exceptions, and they have a lot of money, and they can just keep on going and keep on going. And here are these weary council members. They're good people. What I want to say is, if this developer is refused in his preposterous proposition to take back what he paid for and pay something different for it. If he succeeds and he says he's not going to keep that open, good. Buy it. The people here can get up an initiative petition if the city council does not feel up to it.
Excuse me, I need you to wrap up, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have 2 minutes. It says I'm sorry,
Yeah,
but
it's all over.
I'll finish. Sorry. My suggestion is only the city buy it, and you can put senior housing on top of it. You can make a mint. So let's hope that the developer keeps on, and you don't punish him the way that Palo Alto punishes another Wong who had a contingency. He had to have a grocery store, and he doesn't have the grocery store, and they're charging him $1,000 a day. Is that encouraging to you? I hope so. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Stephanie. Folks, at this time, we've got an opportunity to take a break for a drink of water, a visit to the water closet, and I'm going to ask you to please be back in your seats in 5 minutes, but this is a good chance to take a break and reconvene in 5. If you would please take your seat again so we can continue with the evening
Okay, so these are new.
and our progress.
Hello? Hello, could we have Joy Chang, Pamela Chang, Claire Mack, Robert Tenner, Coach Tiki, and Sandra Berry? Maybe I should go call and tell them the meeting's
Okay,
started.
folks, if you could please, inside the room, we need to stop all the private conversations. And let's give this lovely young lady at the microphone an opportunity to be heard. If we could please, in the hallway, in the foyer, if you could please keep your conversations to a dull roar. And room C, thank you for sticking around with us tonight. For those at home, we appreciate your patience. I think we've got everyone's attention and the same rules apply. We will use American Sign Language. If you agree, you can do this. The young lady has the floor.
Hello, my name is Joy. I'm 11 years old, and my mom was letting me stay up late. I love to skate, and I especially loved ice skating at the Bridgepoint Ice Rink. I think it would be really sad if such a nice place was closed. I had a lot of space to skate around and had nice smooth ice. My mom takes me to other rinks now. Ever since this rink closed, they have gotten so crowded. Sometimes they are so crowded that I can barely move. I was also told that the rink was closed for more room to build stores. There are enough stores in the mall. I think that community centers like the rink are more needed than stores. I hope that the rink reopens for the sake of the community.
Hi, my name is Pam, and I know of the rink because my children and I used to skate there. Some of my fondest memories are connected to the rink. Watching my children skate there, taking my 70-year-old friend skating one Christmas, and even taking adult skating lessons with my friend. It baffled me that the rink was closed, as it was a popular place to go and was usually crowded when we went. And it had universal appeal to all ages. Young children learning how to skate, male hockey skaters, birthday parties, couples skating hand in hand, and the list goes on and on. What also baffles me is that other cities I visited don't have the issue we're facing in this area. I visited Marseille, France, and Flushing, New York this past year, and these two cities offer amazing recreational facilities to their communities. Marseille has a new facility featuring 2 ice rinks on the ground floor and a skateboarding area on the second floor. Flushing also has a relatively new facility. It features a huge indoor ice rink and 2 swimming pools. All of these are for the community. I can't help but wonder why we have to fight for this rink to be reopened. It should be a given that we need more facilities like this rink to bring the community together, to offer wholesome activities that attract all ages. So I urge the Commission to take into consideration the community's need for more places like this rink and make a denial recommendation to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Claire Mack. I live at 233 North Grant Street in San Mateo, and I'm owned Claire's Crunch Cake, as Blums used to make, and I am a 79-year resident of this city. I grew up in this city when there were no buildings in our parks. A wonderful man named Bill Schumard was hired by the city of San Mateo to put recreation centers on each of the parks in San Mateo, and in my 79 years, the parks have grown. This is a city that is unique in what we do with recreation. Now, we've dropped the ball in some cases. I have a grand dog. My youngest daughter is a lieutenant colonel in the United States Air Force. And when she comes to San Mateo, she brings her little black poodle, whom I adore. And I can take that dog to a dog park. But if I had a grandchild who wanted to skate, either skateboarding or ice skating. I couldn't take them there. There are other things in San Mateo that I can take them to because we have the rich tradition of keeping good recreation in this very unique city of which I was the mayor. I don't know if I said that or not. But I served happily as the mayor of this wonderful city that does things for its community. We take care of the people who live here because the people who live here love living here. Very few people in my history have ever said, I don't like San Mateo. I have friends who have left here and wish they were back. And I have a message for you tonight from a parent, a grandparent in Foster City, whose child used to skate at that rink. She is now a pre-med student down in Southern California, and this grandmother's son also skated there playing hockey. She said, tell your commissioners, although I don't live in San Mateo, that we need that rink. It's a place that my child, my grandchild, and my child enjoyed themselves and had a wonderful time. A city, a government, a community is based on what they do for your children. The more we do for our children, the better community we are. You won't believe that I had this same conversation over the movie theater in downtown. People didn't want those kind of children to be here. I don't know what those kind of children are. I don't know who they are, but I know that the city I've lived in for 79 years, my husband has lived here for 88, my family arrived in San Mateo in 1913, and it has gotten better and better and better. And once again, the more we do for our children, the better city we're going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Tenori. I'm actually from San Jose. I'm a coach. I coached up here up until the final week, until they locked the doors. But let me backtrack a little bit. Born and raised in San Jose to a family that moved out here from Chicago. My mother, my father, both parts of very athletic and active families, and something they instilled in us was the value of sports. Learning how to work as a team, learning how to overcome, learning how to fail as a team. Bonding, going out to events, having, just a small group, a community to call your own within your guys' community. Hockey is a small sport, compared to football, baseball, basketball, right? And there aren't many places for us to play. I mean, just the act of playing the game alone requires a special skill. You got to be able to skate. You can run anywhere, you can jump. Okay, I can't throw a football. I could throw a baseball, right? But that's what sets a lot of us apart in the hockey community, in the skating community, is we just have this one special skill, and it opens up different doors for us. Coming back to today, I coach now in San Jose. I drive from San Jose to Livermore to coach. I drive from San Jose to San Francisco 2-3 times a week to coach. When I was coming to Bridgepoint 5 to 6 times a week, so that I could teach the kids the things that I learned playing sports growing up, that were instilled in me, the values that I learned from my coaches. I want to pass it on to the kids, many of which have parents in this room right now. That's my big enjoyment, is being able to teach these kids something new. Seeing the light turn on over their head when they make a move that they couldn't do a week ago, and just having a team on the bench to come back to and celebrate with. And that's not available here. And what's available between San Jose and San Francisco is not adequate. You need another rink here. You need this one back. It's got to come back. So, thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Let me please ask everyone to remember we have read everything you've given us. And if you do agree, please state that clearly. And let's try to state it 2 minutes or less. Thank you. You have the floor.
Hi. I agree with everything that Coach Roberts said. And my name is Coach Tatiana Tiki Tikhonov. Most people call me Coach, or the Russian. I do not reside in this community. I reside in Los Gatos, but I am from this hockey community. For those that don't know my hockey background, I'm the granddaughter of the highest decorated coach in history to date, Viktor Tikhonov, the Soviet coach of the 1980 Russian team that lost to U.S. in Miracle on Ice. I am the daughter of Vasily Tikhonov. He was the coach for San Jose Sharks in the NHL. I'm the sister of Olympian world champion, first-round draft pick Viktor Tikhonov, who just played with Chicago Blackhawks and is now back to Arizona Coyotes. As you can see, hockey is what my family does. This is what we pride ourselves and our success in. As kids growing up, my brother and I were good kids, and we were occupied by hockey. We stayed off the streets and off all the stupid things that our classmates dabbled in. We learned leadership roles and what hockey family is. And as you can see here today, our hockey family is here. Hockey is what builds stronger, nicer, disciplined, loyal, and better life-skilled, developed youths that grow on and become better community-active adults. Once you fall in love with the sport, hockey will always be with you, and our hockey family will always stick together. As a professional hockey player myself, hockey has helped me in life and always has had a place in my heart. I wish that we would be so lucky as Russia or even Eastern U.S., where you have 30 rinks in a 40-mile radius, giving our youth a much better opportunity to compete and become better professional players. Even Los Angeles has more rinks in a smaller radius than we do in all of Northern California combined. I remember playing at Eastridge during my youth, and my best memories were at that rink. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't exist anymore as a similar situation that we're fighting for today with Bridgepoint. More and more of our youth are becoming successful and make it to the NHL, the AHL, the IHL, and the Olympics. We need more rinks to be added to and to keep our existing rinks to give our youth players the opportunity to develop and achieve their dreams. As a former Santa Clara Valley Blackhawks coach and a San Jose Sharks Junior Sharks head coach, I can't stress it enough as to how much our local clubs have grown in the last 5 years. Sharks Ice has added 2 more sheets of ice to the original 2 and are about to add 2 more to fulfill the higher rise of demand in youth to play hockey and for our community to just go on the ice and skate.
Coach, please wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, our youth are becoming more and more dependent on Facebook, Instagram, Xbox, and any other kind of internet where they can get friends and likes. They need to be able to play hockey. They need to be able to learn all those skills. We need to keep Bridgepoint as it was in the original plans where the center was built, and there should be no other options to demo this building, especially this rink. This is our hockey community, which, as you can see, spreads much further than just San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Greetings to all of this Planning Commission. Thank you for letting us all come to speak. I'm from Foster City, but 94404 is San Mateo in the postal. So that's why I'm speaking, but I want you to realize that there's a history with this developer as far as not wanting to agree with the rink. When the developer first started, they were, of course, required to continue with the rink. And as you remember, or I don't know if you were ever members then, they left the rink sit. They left it sit. They built Target, they built all the other stores. And the rink sat and sat and sat, and they never did anything with it. And so then finally they came to you or to whoever was before you and said, we're not going to do the rink. We're just not. And we had meetings like what we have today and what we've had in the last couple of years, of people doing exactly what we're doing now, saying, we want the rink. We want you to make them continue it. And what actually happened is after a fight, the rink was continued. And now after we have a whole new group here in the council and in the Planning Commission, they're doing the same thing again. And so I just want you to realize that it's the same story. They're trying to renege a second time on their requirement. And Then moving on, the water. I thought that was very interesting. It gives us an opportunity. Clearly, all rinks take water. So clearly, with the .com very near us, we can come up with a plan to save water in this rink. There will be a model for the whole U.S. And it would also give people from college and from the .com community something interesting to have a competition about on who can design a very fine water recycling center for our rink. Please continue the rink. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Julie McAuliffe, Scott McAuliffe, Rena Korb, Tom Stewart, Joel Farbstein, Joanne Ames, Jill, I believe it's Striegel. Thank you so much.
Should I start? Okay, hi, I'm Julie McAuliffe, and I have lots of scribbles because a lot of the things I had planned to say have already been said, so I don't want to go there. I did want to let you know a couple things. We have had people talk about the SPI talking about the rink being used for outsiders and that the $3 million should be used for San Mateo residents only and that whole point. I do want to mention that according to documents even submitted by the developer, it does show that the San Mateo General Plan land use goals really meshed with the ice rink, and the goal of the ice rink was to support the general plan goals by establishing San Mateo as the cultural center of San Mateo County. And the ice rink, a major purpose of it was to attract others to San Mateo so they could skate, dine, shop, and spend money in our city. And it was always intended to be a regional amenity. We have another regional amenity, the golf course, and according to our own Parks and Rec department, about 20% of those users are San Mateo residents. The rest are from outside of San Mateo. So any kind of regional amenity is intended to attract people to our city, and that's really important. I also wanted to mention I am a San Mateo resident. I own a business in San Mateo. I have 4 kids that have gone to all of the schools here, and I'm also on the board for the Aragon Neighborhood Association. And I just wanted to mention a couple other things that I don't know that have been touched on tonight that happened at the ice rink. My kids, we were very involved in our church group, and the church youth groups would often do things at the ice rink like broom hockey and things like that. So it was a great way for kids to do stuff in the evenings, and perfect for the teenagers that when they're not doing that, they're out getting in trouble. And so it was really great to have that. They also did school fundraisers. So the high school, the junior class or the senior class could raise money for their proms and things like that. Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts were able to go there and do badges, and they had birthday parties and a lot of arts and crafts kinds of things in the summer, camps and things like that for the kids. So I just wanted to mention those as some of the other activities, and as everybody tonight has said, I truly hope that you will reject this application from this developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Hello, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Scott McAuliffe. I've lived in San Mateo for about 18 years. My parents, obviously. I'm just about to turn 26, and turning 26 has gotten me to look a lot more at my personal health and thinking about this issue as more of a public health issue as well. Being 25, I do play a lot of video games. I don't exercise a lot. I spend a lot of time on social media, but it would be really awesome to be able to ice skate as well, because I enjoyed doing that. And me being interested in hockey was a big reason why my younger brother became so involved, and I think he's probably spent more time on a sheet of ice than he has in our own house. And so I just want you guys to take a look at the public health side of this too, and know that there are people like me who do wish that they could go out and skate, don't necessarily like getting involved in huge affairs of teams and whatnot and organizations and stuff. It was just nice to be able to go out and skate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rena Korb. I live in San Mateo. And, when the ice rink was closed, I didn't get it. I'm like, how
How is this happening? How is there a master plan? And it's just like, oh, we don't have to pay attention to it. We can just ignore it. I've never understood it. I come here tonight. I hear what SPI has to say. I still don't understand it. I don't get it. And I also, a few more things I don't get, like why, if retail is doing so poorly, why do we want more of it? I mean, look at what the Bohannon Group is doing at Hillsdale, providing more of a shopping experience with some recreational bowling. So I don't get that. The thing I really don't get is why we, the people of San Mateo, have to keep fighting for our recreational treasures. Like, we came down here to fight for Fitzgerald Field, for Central Park tennis courts, the ice rink. This is, many people have been here many times over this. So why is this so at issue? Why are developers, why are corporations more important than the people who live in this community? Your voice here, your vote here really matters. It's a chance to show San Mateo, show that you understand our values, that, getting out there and doing things is better than just walking from one store to the other in the mall. I think that doesn't really count as exercise. I don't know, maybe some people here think that, but I think we really need to get out and do things. I hope you don't reward SPI for its bad behavior, and I hope you don't teach our kids that money has the last word and that rules don't apply to corporations and the wealthy. I also want to say that my kids, those little cute twins holding up, those are my kids with the Save Our Rink signs. I really hope that I don't have to say to them one day, well, what happened to the ice rink? I really hope I don't have to tell them that their government sold them out to developers for $3 million. Thank you.
Thank you.
First, I want to thank the Planning Commission for all your hard work and for listening to our stories today. My name is Tom Stewart, and I'm a resident of San Mateo. My family and I are residents of San Mateo on Crescent Avenue, and I just wrote my 39th and 40th check to Sandy Arnott, so I've been paying taxes that long in the county. I'm here to say that in addition to the fine analysis that Len did, looking at the economic analysis that was presented by SPI, or by, the city, talking about the SPI project, the group was able to get the Sedway consulting company who specialized in this and who the city hired in the 90s to do the similar analysis, to look at that economic analysis. And I want to point out that this independent company found the same deficiencies that Len pointed out, both in terms of the model, the methodology they used, not taking into account comparables that they were comparables that certainly made their case look favorable, but don't necessarily reflect what is really comparable, as well as other things like the sales tax analysis they did not take into account the sales tax that would be generated by people going to the rink, actually using the retail in the area. So that's all I had to say, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Greetings, Commissioners. I'm Joel Farbstein from Montera. I'm the President Emeritus of the North Coast Hockey League, which is part of the nonprofit Coastside Youth Association. We have approximately 120 kids, ages 5 to 15, 75% boys, 25% girls, 20% are underserved youth. We built a regulation outdoor roller hockey rink at Half Moon Bay High School. Actually, adults are allowed to play on Saturday mornings at 10 o'clock. We have loaner gear in case you'd care to join us. It's free. We have a unique recreational facility in the coast. San Mateo has or had its own unique facility. I hope it gets resurrected on this site. Many of our student athletes came to this rink here in San Mateo to play competitively and recreationally. My sons played on Cougars teams, and several members have gone on to play in college, including UCSB, San Luis Obispo, San Jose State, Arizona State, and American University. A couple are in farm systems of professional hockey teams. I'd agree with the applicant, though, that the key here is what's in the best interest of the city. But I'd add that it's what's in the best interest of its residents and its neighbors, and not what's in the best interest of private developers. They measured it in dollars. I'd measure it in quality of life. Frankly, I'm surprised that the applicant picked a fight with hockey families, hockey moms and hockey dads. They don't know this community, and I'm not sure that they know how resilient we are. The applicant stated that the internet changed everything, including the way people shop. Presumably, that means more online, less brick and mortar. I urge you to take that into consideration as you evaluate the applicant's rosy projections for tax revenues. The internet, though, has not changed the need for active recreational facilities. We still need recreational facilities for our youth. My wife works in city planning on the coast, so I especially appreciate your service. I know you have a need a viable commercial base, but San Mateo does have a good commercial base. You're not in financial dire straits. In my opinion, it's a disservice to replace this unique facility with a soccer field or other recreational facility. I say enough with maximizing revenue of private developers, enough with creating yet another large retail store or two, like many other cities have. I, for one, would sacrifice going to whatever big box store is here. I can live without it. And enough with creating more traffic in the area. Your 20-year-old EIR says that there'd be no additional traffic, but the city's population has grown by roughly 14,000 in the last 20 years since it was done to 103,000, and by roughly 20,000 cars. Have you ever met an EIR that doesn't paint a little traffic impact? In summary, you have the opportunity to make San Mateo a destination for a unique experience, one that doesn't currently exist here. We can get along without another retail store. It's time to maximize the quality of life in the city and maximize the value that residents receive by retaining this facility. This is the kind of community we want to build, as so many eloquent speakers have stated. In summary, I agree that you should do with what's in the best interest of the city. It's why people join the commission, right? And honor the commitment to the rink. Staff and the applicant know that this was a condition of approval. I implore you to
please wrap up, Joe.
Okay, thank you. I implore you to deny the master plan amendment and work to find a suitable alternative to keeping the rink.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's really try for 2 minutes. That means wrap up by 2 minutes. Okay, please. Thank you so much.
26. My name's Joanne Ames. I appreciate you being here and listening to all of us. What I hope you're doing is that you're hearing us. I am in agreement with everyone here who has spoken against you passing this closure. I encourage you to appreciate everybody who has taken their time and effort to stay here and be with you while you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Jill Striegel. I didn't prepare any speech or anything. I just want to talk from my heart. I've lived in San Mateo for 65 years. I've seen a lot of changes over those 65 years. But I have never seen it like it is today with the traffic and tearing down all the recreational facilities to put up more condos and retail, and which we don't need anymore. We have one of the largest malls in the Bay Area. And then you have Bridgepoint, which serves the needs of what's not at Hillsdale. And we don't need any more retail. And, my daughter skated at Fashion Island and Bridgepoint. I spent most of the 80s and the 90s, I practically lived there. I know she was sad. We were all sad when they closed down the rink. But the thing I don't understand is why. That's like a bully tactic. We're going to close the rink and we're not reopening it. If you don't give in to us and give us our way, we're going to not open it. It'll just sit vacant. That's a bully. Are we for bullying now? I mean, are we going to go with that? And then to offer $3 million, you can hardly buy a house in San Mateo for $3 million. Come on. They're going to have to cough up a heck of a lot more money and get us an ice rink, or they're going to have to open the doors like the rules stated when they bought it. When they bought that area, that ice rink was there and it was included in the deal, and it was zoned for an ice rink. And if I heard correctly earlier, it was zoned for an ice rink that was functioning and open, not with chains around the doors.
This is the same situation as people that go, you have an international airport, and then you got people that go and buy homes right next to the airport and then turn around and complain about the noise. I mean, come on, let's use some common sense here. It's not all about money. Why is it, when is it enough? When is money enough?
Please wrap up your comments.
Okay. I just think it's got to stop being about the greed and start being about the community and the children and the people that enjoy the recreational activities. Otherwise, we're not going to have a city. We're going to have condos and retail stores.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
Todd Friedman, Susie Blount, Michael Batchelder, Sonia Medwid, Steve Epstein, Brendan Kennedy and Suzanne Kennedy. Thank you. Todd?
Thank you. I'll try to hit on 3 quick points in 2 minutes. I do want to touch on a few things that the applicant said. First, they talked about outsiders and people using the ring. That's kind of the point of a shopping center, right? Bringing outsiders to the center itself. I'm in Burlingame. I live 4 houses from San Mateo, so I consider myself a pseudo-resident. But to say that recreational users don't shop is completely false, right? Hockey and skating is not like a gym. I can't go shopping while I'm at the gym, but when my kids are playing hockey, we do shop. The last year before the ring closed, we spent more than $3,000 at Bridgepoint. Last year, we spent less than $150. I'm not actively boycotting this center. I just don't ever go there. I have no reason to go there at all. So I go to Redwood City, and I shop Redwood City, and I eat in Redwood City. That's not money that goes to San Mateo. Secondly, obviously, we think that their proposal on their economic analysis has a lot of false arguments. I got to be honest. I'm deeply concerned. I think I speak for a lot of people here, that when I heard the staff report, my first response was, oh, my God. I've never seen a Planning Commission staff report that's so tightly aligned to the applicant's recommendation. And even went so far to say, you missed some things, let's give you some things to think about. So I really respectfully, and don't want to cast aspersions on anyone's work, but that is clumsy at best, right? We all know of the high-priced lawyers and PR firms and lobbyists they've hired, and to see that staff report that basically said, let us make the argument for you, was scary as a member of this community. And lastly, just to repeat someone said about his final comment, the notion that a year ago they were told this is a sign of bad corporate ethics. I don't think $3 million makes for good ethics. And I think to end their presentation by saying, if you reject this, we'll leave it open, we'll leave it completely empty, that's not good corporate ethics, right? That's a bully. That's a bully marking his territory. Except this is not their territory. It's not their town. They're not good neighbors. This is your town. You have the power here to be better than them and to do the right thing by your community and to tell them, if you don't like it, sell the property, make money, and go away. You're a lousy neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Michael Batchelder. I'm a San Mateo resident and a disgruntled hockey player. One of the reasons I'm disgruntled is because I think the offer of $3 million on the table grossly shortchanges the community, and their economic analysis fails to take into account the real benefits to real people that the rink provided. So while I agree with the economic arguments presented in the Save the Rink PowerPoint, I would also like to give you my own personal take on the concept of quantifying benefit to the community. I currently spend about $1,000 a year to play hockey in San Francisco now, where a hockey team typically has between 15 and 20 players, and there are about 25 teams in the league. I think that Bridgepoint would support comparable numbers to San Francisco. So if you do the back of the envelope calculation, that comes out to about $400,000 to $500,000 per year. When you compare that to the offer on the table of a one-time $3 million payment, that offer looks kind of paltry all of a sudden. And that's not even taking into account the rest of the community that would use the rink, the figure skaters, the people who have special programs that we've heard about tonight, the people who do public skating, people who have birthday parties at rinks, and so forth. So I would encourage you to think a little bit differently about some of the numbers that have been presented to you. Think about benefit to real people, because that's an analysis that I haven't heard put forth in many of the presentations and discussions. And so I'd encourage you to reject the amendment proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
My name is Sonia Medwid, and I'm a resident of San Mateo for 22 years. And I was a little amused by SPI's representative making an argument that the ice rink used more water than the other ways the property could be used. By that logic, San Mateo should just go and close down our 2 public swimming pools. We could replace them with pavement and some park benches, and that would certainly use less water. Might not be as much fun. I'm raising 3 kids in San Mateo, and a pretty common conversation at our house goes, hey, let's invite some of your friends to go do something. And the kids will say, oh, well, what would we do? And I'll be racking my mind saying, like, I don't know, bowling, or maybe there's a movie you'd like to go see. And it's really hard sometimes to come up with things to go and do with the kids. We used to sometimes go down to the miniature golf course, but that's been torn down, and that was a loss to us. We don't live in Redwood City, but it was a loss to our whole county and the kids who used to enjoy time there. Our home is small, our yard is even smaller, and because of that, when we entertain our kids and some of their friends, we often like to go and do things outside our home. And ice skating was a great option of something fun to do. With the increase of high-density housing in San Mateo, there will be even more people living in small apartments and looking for ways to have some fun recreation activities outside their small homes. The rink was enjoyed by people of all ages. My husband and I enjoyed some very fun days with our ice skating with our kids. I also have a friend who had a teenage daughter who trained with a figure skating team for years. When the rink closed, her close-knit team dissolved, and it was never reformed because they couldn't find another comparable rink in the area. Her ice skating hopes and ambitions ended there. So I'd be interested to hear how the city leaders plan to use the $3 million. Do they have a plan for how to spend the money to create another recreational facility that could be enjoyed by our residents for decades? Or will the $3 million just be spent in a few years from the general fund with nothing to show in the long term for our current residents and future residents? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Is Susie Blount here? Steve Epstein? Brendan Kennedy or Suzanne Kennedy? Okay, could we have Greg Kala, Gordon McPherson, Michelle McPherson, Jerry Brozell, Ray Holt? Thank you.
Okay, hi, I'm Greg Kala. I've been trying to delete what people are saying, so I don't know where I am now. But anyway, I was born in San Mateo. Although I look like I'm in my 20s, that was about 50 years ago. And I've been a San Mateo County resident the majority of my life. I'm not anti-growth, anti-change. We've heard all that. Everyone says, oh, you got to have change, got to have growth. It's, we've done it. Bay Meadows is gone, bowling alleys are gone, everything's gone. Even, like she said, with Malibu Grand Prix, it was my first job I really loved at 16 years old. Gone. So, enough. This isn't about growth anymore. This is anti-growth. I just want you guys to stand up and say, okay, we get it. This is ridiculous. Stop. Okay. But we have to do all this. And I can talk. So anyway, I grew up at a time when we rode our bikes to school as young as 6 years old. We played football and wiffle ball in the streets year-round while our moms had to yell for us to come inside for dinner. If you told the kids that today, they'd be thinking, are you really? Anyway, I also grew up sailing and windsurfing in the lagoons of Foster City. Even on their boards, they show sailboats. When's the last time you guys seen sailboats in Foster City? We're in a different time. Everyone's terrified of this and that and weirdos and drowning. I mean, there's just so much fear. Enough is enough. Nobody trusts politicians. You guys are at the local level. It's time to stand up. Enough. I'm going to go past this 28 seconds. I'm sorry. But anyway, I grew up, I went there already. All right. Okay, so now video games, iPads, iPhones, have one, are embedded in the kids' lives to keep them occupied while parents know where they are. Oh, yeah, he's on his iPad. He's here. He's okay. Okay, now we actually see commercials. I've actually thought this was a Saturday Night Live skit. We've seen commercials saying 60 minutes a day, having the kids get out and play 60 minutes. I think people have seen that. It's a real commercial. Child obesity is real, and it's only going to get worse the more we lose nearby access to recreational choices. We lose arts, we lose PE programs, everything. I'm sorry, I got stuff to say. It's not just about ice skating.
Greg, do me a favor. Choose your final comment and wrap up for me, please.
I will. Anytime you get a kid to try out a new sport, it's not just about ice skating, it's about new sports. This is not for the better interest. Please Google Dennis Wong. He's the leader of the SPI rank. He's a multi-millionaire or billionaire. I lost counts at the zeros. But he's also a part owner of the Warriors. So don't show up at Warriors games. You guys are going to look bad if anything goes that way. Dennis Wong is not for...
Greg, you have 10 seconds. Wrap up, please. Wrap up, please.
All right. I lost... Anyway.
I love your passion, and I need to give you 10 seconds. Please wrap up.
I am, but is the microphone on?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Can I have it on?
No. Wrap up, please. Wrap up, please.
Don't be seduced by a $3 million offer. This is ridiculous. Don't be seduced by offers to Warrior games. Don't be seduced by any of this stuff. You're here for the community. You were voted in. Do this for us, not for a multi-billionaire to make more millions.
Okay. Thank you, Greg. So, kind people present tonight, as our attention wanes, if you continue to reiterate points that we have heard 100 times, you tend to weaken your argument. I need you to consider that, please. And I heard that from a really good council member who's a practicing attorney and learned that lesson from a sitting judge when he was making an argument and about to lose the case he was planning to win. At the end of the day, you all have a lot of passion, and so do we. We live here in this town. We share your passion. Let's not overdo it. Let's agree to acknowledge the points that have been made that we agree with, and let us do our job respectfully. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. My name is Gordon McPherson. I've lived and worked in Belmont and San Mateo for over 25 years. Hockey player. With what you've just said, I'll keep this as brief as possible. I concur with those who've spoken more eloquently earlier in the interest of denying this request for a change to the current use of that facility. And I'll just make 2 points. One, I think the comments that Commissioner St. Clair, I think his name was, made with regard to the issue of acting in good faith is very important. I think it's very clear based on what we heard both from the staff report and from the advocate for SPI, the arguments in favor of supporting this just don't stand up to the most basic scrutiny. They don't make sense. And we shouldn't reward bad faith arguing with giving them what they want. The other point that I just want to emphasize, it's been said before, but it just really boils down to something very, very simple. This ice rink is a valuable resource in the community. There are precious few rinks available to those of us, and we are a large community, who recognize the benefits that skating, figure skating, ice hockey, and other uses have. And once gone, it won't come back, and there are just not enough of them. So faced fundamentally with the choice between preserving this existing amenity as is required versus replacing it with an incremental amount of retail, I think the choice should be very clear. And I believe you see that, you understand that. So my request to you simply is to please help represent us and advocate as best you can with the City Council to ensure that we do what's right. Thank you very much for your time and patience and consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you to the Planning Commission for your service. Much appreciated. My husband Gordon indicated we are longtime residents of Belmont, and I've worked in San Mateo much of my life. And currently I'm the CEO of a startup in San Mateo. I'm between 4th and 5th on El Camino. I really agree with the comments on team building, by the way, but I stand before you as a skating mom. What a skating mom is in my case, a former Target love affair shopaholic. But now I actually don't need to go Target that much because I'm not at the rink because we don't have the rink. But really, the role that I wanted to bring to you is another role that I do, which is a volunteer debate coach for high school debate. And what we teach the kids to do is weigh everything on net benefits. And the kids have to work really hard to figure out to whom should the net benefits accrue. Because if they get it wrong, they don't win that debate. And in this debate, the net benefits should accrue to the residents of San Mateo and the surrounding areas. And if you look at what the developers said, if we go back to what they said, their arguments were a more vibrant shopping center. And I think we've discussed that losing a cherished part of our community, a cherished rink, and a place where you would have just hundreds and hundreds of kids vibrantly engaging with each other, community being built. I think we can argue that the vibrancy is really weighing with the rink. Argument in favor of taxes. I think we've had a lot of discussion on taxes, and the 100K doesn't seem very much, even if it was as much as 500K, which they mentioned, relative to the $672 million listed in the 5-year CIP for San Mateo. Doesn't seem like that benefit weighs up. And the third and final one has been much discussed at the $3 million level, and I think we can also agree that that's not a net benefit that's accruing to San Mateo relative to the actual real and true value of the property. So we also teach the kids in high school debate that you just look at voting issues. And the voting issues here are to weigh the benefits to the residents of San Mateo. And I think it clearly comes out that the rink would provide the greater benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I live in San Mateo and used to shop at Montgomery Ward when they were over there in the old mall. And when they tore the old mall down, I think the only thing they kept was the ice rink. And I thought, well, this is great. They respected the ice rink that much that it was an asset then, and I feel it's an asset now. And whoever the developers are should recognize it as such. And I think the developers are about the biggest dummies in the world. If they don't recognize that as an asset, they never heard of Rockefeller Center and the ice rink there. I mean, you go to New York, that's one of the things you see and you think of when you think of Rockefeller Center. Okay, now, there's I think Amendment 1 or Attachment 1 that you're supposed to be considering, and you make the San Mateo area the cultural center of the whole county. Well, the developers trying to make their setup there the Nordstrom Goodwill Reject Rack Center of the county or something. I don't know what they want to put in there, but they're going to abandon the asset that they have there that they're not really recognizing. You could have a Santana Row type setup there with the ice rink there and other stores around it and things like that. But I'm down to 35 seconds. Oh, my goodness. I was going to tell you about the 49ers and how they sold seats. You had to buy a license before you could buy the season tickets. And they were selling them. The highest price was $80,000 for a 3-foot by 3-foot seating area. That's 9 square feet. And I think somebody said it's 5,000 square feet for the ice rink? You divide 9 square feet into 25,000 square feet and multiply it by $6,000, that is, you're coming up with $14 million, which is, the gentleman in the red and white shirt said earlier, that's what you need for an ice rink. So I don't know if they came up with the money amount or if the commission did, but $3 million doesn't cut it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Is Ray Holt here? Kevin Tom, Ann McCullum, Richard Ahn, Dina Arts, Chris Chandwar.
Hello, my name is Ann McCollum. I was born in the Mills Hospital in San Mateo in 1995. I have lived in Foster City all of my life. It is a very short drive and even a very reasonable walk to the ice rink from there. You've been hearing from moms and grandmas and whatever, and I'm not any of that. I'm a college student, and I was very recently a kid. I will try not to reiterate all the things you've been hearing all night, but I am an assistant scoutmaster at the Boy Scout troop in Troop 27 in San Mateo. I'm a very nervous public speaker, but this is very important to me because I've been skating there since I was 5 years old. We try to teach our boys about values and about self-esteem, and we try to teach them that when you have skills, that they have a kind of self-esteem that cannot be taken away, and the kind of self-esteem that they get from ice skating, learning hockey, any of those kinds of things is far, far more powerful than the thrill of buying a new video game or a new anything. That is the kind of thing that stays with them and will never leave them, even no matter what life throws their way. I would like to point out that there was a craze for ice when Frozen came out a while ago, and they really missed the boat on that one because the rink could have made a lot of money during that. I would also like to point out the $3 million thing. Our government recently wasted $43 million building a useless gas station in Afghanistan, so $3 million, just, you know. You've heard Mrs. Medwood talk about her children. I know her son personally, and I know that it is so hard to be young here today. I cannot impress upon you enough, and I know my time is over, but I'm going to try and finish quickly here. There is so little to do that is constructive, and everything is buy this and put your money into that, and it is so empty. And how are we preparing our youth for adulthood? And what are we really bringing to them that brings true joy to their lives?
Please wrap up, Ann.
So that is something that you just can't buy. So please consider that when you make your final decision.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Kevin Tom. I live in Redwood Shores, and I do have, like Annie, my son is the senior patrol leader at Troop 27 out of right here in San Mateo and 36 in Hacienda. So I have connections there with San Mateo, and two of my daughters skated at San Mateo. But I've been listening to the session. I've been thinking, what do I say? What do I say? Because I've been here before, and your predecessors have heard me before. But I think we sum it up in 3 words. Ice rinks matter. Let me say that again. Ice rinks matter. If we care about our kids who are learning to skate, 5-year-olds, and others who want to learn a skill, ice rinks matter. We think about our teens. What happens? What are we thinking about? Ice rinks matter. We think about our high schoolers. Ice rinks matter. We think about our kids who have gone off to college and return. Ice rinks matter, frankly, because there is no ice rink there right now. And then we think about our families. And this city tells us how proud they are that this is a family-oriented city. Well, if that's true, then the ice rink matters. And specifically, this ice rink matters. I spent a lot of time myself personally taking my daughters ice skating. I have a daughter right now who's a senior at the University of Pacific. She started skating at age 5. Okay, my timer is going down. She started at age 5, but let me tell you, she came home for Thanksgiving. She took her skates with her back to Stockton. They have an ice rink in Stockton. Okay? I also have a daughter at the University of California, Davis. Like you see, I got 5 seconds, but her ice skating career got cut short because, frankly, There was just not enough ice time for her to complete her task. I'm down at 0. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kevin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Richard Ann, and I have been a San Mateo resident on and off since 1999. And since 2013, I have been a property owner in San Mateo. I used to skate weekends at Bridgepoint. Thank you, commissioners, for serving the public, and thank you to the community for voicing your vote on this issue. I'd also like to thank SPI for bringing the community together. This has definitely been an inspiring evening in our democratic process. Commissioners, I've listened for over 2 hours, and I simply have not heard any public support for the SPI proposed change in zoning. Not that decisions affecting the 100,000 citizens of San Mateo should be decided by 300 or so citizens, but all else being equal, I believe the public has spoken. The community is on balance indifferent to widely supportive of the ice rink. With so many passionate voices willing to spend so much time to inform the commission, I'm led to question the accuracy, or at a minimum, the comprehensiveness of the city staff's analysis and recommendation to support SPI's proposal. Here are my observations or questions I would ask city staff as a commissioner about the legal and economic analyses presented. If I've missed any previous explanations from the past 3 years, I do apologize for repeating others, and I would respectfully request that the city, SPI, or the community reach out to me at publicrichard@gmail.com so that I may be better informed. So here are my 3 questions. The community of San Mateo fought this 18 years ago, so why are we fighting this again? Judging by the conditions of the master plan and the continued support for the rink 3 years after its closure, it seems clear to me that the people, the community, has spoken time and time again, as many others have stated. SPI appears to be taking advantage of a legal loophole in the master plan that zones the lot for an ice rink but does not require it to be operational. One might say this language in the master plan is normal because a landlord isn't required to operate a zoned use. However, this is different from other zoning uses.
Excuse me, Kevin. You told me you had 3 questions. I'd like to hear the questions, please.
Oh, sure,
and
sure.
wrap
So
up.
the 3 questions are, this was a zoned use. The second question was, I questioned the assumptions in the economic analysis. Why wasn't the Belmont Ice Rink and the Yerba Buena Ice Rink in the comps in the economic analysis? Could it be that those data points increased the break-even cost?
And the final question, please.
And the final question was, or observation was that the ice rink was a mutually accepted recreational use between the developers and the community the last time this went around, because as we've seen from the variety of speakers.
Okay, please wrap up.
Thank you. That this is, the best and highest use for the property.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And almost good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Chris Shadwar. I live at 181 Sycamore. Born and raised in San Mateo, and fortunate to be able to purchase a house and move back. Really, I have 2 admissions. One, I don't particularly like ice skating. I have a memory of the Fashion Island ice skating rink, and I believe it was my second broken arm. All that said, I do support the rink's existence. I think you should encourage the City Council to deny the proposal. The second is we're in the holiday season, and there's a famous story about how the Grinch stole Christmas, and Grinch didn't listen to the town of Whoville, and after a time, figured out that it really didn't matter that they didn't listen to Whoville. Whoville stood on its own. I would encourage the folks at SBI, Mr. McGovern, Mr. Wong, to read that story, to open their hearts, and to come to some resolution that doesn't bid everybody against each other. We all know the Grinch's heart grew 3 times that day. I think there's an opportunity here too. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I'm sorry this is such a long evening for all of you, but I just want to say, commissioners, show our kids that sticking up for what is right is the right thing to do, and save our rink for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dina.
Jean McCarthy, Shauna Teradesh, John Chu, Dylan Brandenburg.
Do we have a slip for the video speakers? Do we have a,
Yes.
before we proceed, we do it separate? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Thank you again for your service. I'm Jeannie McCarthy, and in full disclosure, I ceded my time to the woman previously. But I just want to reiterate that I, too, have no interest in ice skating, snow skiing, or anything. I have bad knees, and I actually like a gym, so I'd like to have a gym, but it's not about me. It's not about Tim Elliott, who doesn't like it either. But I'll join him for a drink and dinner if they open the ice rink, and I'll watch people skate. Please, on behalf of my neighbors, friends, and new acquaintances, please listen to them and reject this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tony, you have a speaker slip for, thank you.
Hi, I'm Dylan Brandberg, and I'm 11 years old, and I've been skating at the Bridgepoint rink since I was about 5, and then started travel hockey. So I've been skating there for about 7 years now, and since my brother's been skating there and getting up at like 4:30 in the morning to do private lessons and waking up and been to that ice rink a lot. And please don't sell the rink. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us all out this evening. My name is Shauna Teradash. I'm a Belmont resident. I grew up in San Mateo, and I learned to skate at the rink when it was Fashion Island. But the importance of skating goes way beyond me. Before her death, my grandma would tell me stories of skating with her dad in Chicago. That's also where my dad learned to skate. He taught me at the rink, and that's where my niece and nephew learned to skate. My dad passed a few months ago, but I hold these memories with me. See, it's experiences like skating, not money, not shopping, not retail, that makes a family and a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna.
Thank you, Commissioners. My wife spoke earlier. Pauline Chu, we are a resident of Foster City for the past 10 years. The point I'd like to raise is it's called due diligence. What does that mean? I kind of have to seriously question whether staff have asked SPI per due diligence some tough questions. The second is due diligence imposed to SPI. What have they really done in terms of making maximum effort in keeping the rink open and attract new business? I don't know the answer to that, but I kind of question that. Now, getting back to my son, that my wife Pauline talked about, Commissioners, do you happen to know the 6 youth divisions, age-wise, for youth hockey? Does any of you know that?
I don't.
Okay, it's MSP, BMJ, Mite, Squirt, Pee-wee, Bantam, Midget, and Junior. 2 years each. So that spans, across 12 years. When we brought up our son, he's a passionate hockey player, we were originally in the East Coast and then Midwest. We're talking about radius of 5 miles, at least 3 teams. And they're all competing to attract hockey players, regardless of teams, tournaments, hockey schools, practices, you name it. I just simply don't think SPI has provided due diligence to look into that angle. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm almost disappointed. So, To be fair, at this point, what I'd like to ask is, Dina, if you could help assemble the speakers that are yielding their time for the video, and let's show the video. You're going to pass on the video. That's fine. We appreciate that. Very good. At this point, in the spirit of equal time, we do want to give the applicant an opportunity to be heard for any final comments. You can say yes or no. At your discretion.
It will be very brief.
Thank you.
Honorable Commissioners, my name is Doug Champion. I'm a partner at Gibson, Dunn & Crutcher. I am legal counsel to the applicant. In recognition of the late hour, I'll be very brief, but I did just want to clarify on the record 3 of the 6 points that were raised in the Save the Rink presentation, the first 3 being the legal issues to Ms. Steinmetz raised to the Commission. The first dealt with general plan consistency and the statement that the proposal before you today is not consistent with the general plan. First, I would point that staff has prepared consistency findings with the general plan, with which we agree. But I would also point out that the specific goals and policies that were referenced in Ms. Steinmetz's presentation, when read in their full context and not excerpted, in fact, are consistent with this project, including Land Use Goal 2.7, which supports the continuous development of the city's visitor economy, including retail. It also recognizes that even with major institutions and special facilities within the city, for which the College of San Mateo and the San Mateo County Hospital were listed as examples, not the Bridgepoint Ice Rink, that those can be redeveloped to other uses, particularly when there is a specific plan or master plan in place, as is the case here. There was also an issue raised about the CEQA adequacy of what's before you today, and specifically a reference was made to a recent Supreme Court decision that Ms. Steinmetz felt did not support the CEQA analysis that was presented to you. That case, Center for Biological Diversity versus the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, does in fact support the analysis that is before you today, which is that local governments can permissibly tier off of local climate action plans in looking at GHG emissions. As you know, the City of San Mateo adopted such a climate action plan in the spring of this year, and it was found in the consistency checklist that the conditions of approval and the project plans for what's before you today do in fact incorporate those avoidance recommendations and those strategies in order to reduce GHG emissions. Finally, an issue was raised with respect to ethics and whether the proposal before you today was in fact against the public interest and a violation of your code of ethics. The citation that was provided was to Municipal Code Section 2.12.30. I would just point out that that section has to do with your obligation not to be self-interested, in the sense that you cannot put your personal interest above the public interest. It does not on its face have anything to do with this proposal or whether this proposal is in the public interest. And in fact, I think, as you've heard this evening, the applicant has articulated several public benefits that would be in furtherance of the public interest, including the mitigation payment, the bump in sales tax, and the other factors that Mr. Miranda described. I just wanted to clarify those 3 legal points, so as you make your decision this evening, those were put into the proper context. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. You would like to be heard.
I'll make a few more comments.
Please.
I just, since there were a number of comments regarding bad faith and SPI, I just wanted to make a couple factual clarifications. I don't expect to sway opinion or I don't want to go tit for tat, but I at least want to clarify a few things for the records. One was I said that we had reached out to a couple groups, and one of the groups happened to be Ray Mayola and his partner Mike Stromby, and Ray spoke and said that we had one phone call with them. And I don't think Ray intentionally is trying to be misleading anyone, but I think just with the passage of time, he may have forgotten. We've had several conversations. In fact, they had recommended that we reach out to a potential partner for an ice rink, and that was Franklin Resources. I did not want to bring up that name because it was confidential discussions, but because it's in the paper and it's been mentioned by several folks, I think I'm compelled to mention we did reach out to them, and that was based on a suggestion by Ray Miola and Mike Stromby. And so we did, in fact, follow up with their suggestion. Again, there just wasn't interest with the other party there. The other thing with respect to just negotiations in bad faith with respect to the ice rink operator, I should say that within a year and a half of us buying the shopping center, the operator's attorney reached out to us and said they potentially wanted to discuss an early termination. So that wasn't a thought that occurred to us. That was yet another operator telling us that economically it wasn't working for them. Similar to the prior operator that failed to find success with Fashion Island. So those were the points I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Gary.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further comments by the applicant, we will return this topic to the commission. All right. Let's see if we can make some sense of this and give staff an opportunity to clarify any low-hanging fruit.
I have a list of some legal issues that were raised, and I
Please.
could walk through those. So there were a number of comments regarding the applicant backing out of an agreement with the city, violating the master plan, not being punished for not retaining the ice rink. So I just wanted to walk the commission through the documents that govern this application. There's an approved master plan, and that was required by the Mariners Island specific plan. And the goal of the master plan was to set forth the approved uses. And so it's akin to zoning in that it says what uses can be made at the site. And so it is that one area is zoned as an ice rink. The other document that governs is the condition of approval that was added in 1998. And that stated that city council approval would be required if the applicant were ever to change to another recreational use, and that other recreational use would need to satisfy the criteria that were shown in the slide. So that's the second governing document. And then the third document is the original statement of overriding considerations that was adopted with the original EIR. And just to review what that was, there were 3 unmitigated significant impacts with the original application. And CEQA provides that the city can adopt a statement of overriding considerations if there are sufficient policy reasons to approve a project in spite of those unmitigated significant impacts. And so the city council, with the initial approval, adopted a statement of overriding considerations that listed 8 policy reasons why it was worthwhile to approve the project in spite of those impacts. And one of those 8 reasons was the provision of a recreational resource. And so in your packet tonight, we've prepared an addendum to that original EIR that includes a modified statement of overriding considerations. And it will be the Planning Commission's determination to decide whether or not the remaining 7 policy reasons are sufficient to support the original project approval. If the commission disagrees and finds that that 8th reason was key to approval of the original EIR, the commission is free to vote not to approve that modified statement of overriding considerations. And so what's not in this list of governing documents is an agreement. There was never an agreement to operate the rink. There's an approved land use, which is ice rink. And so what's before you tonight is an application to change the approved land uses. And then the other issue that came up is the payment of the mitigation fee. And when this application came to the city, we researched applicable case law and located this case called Ehrlich versus City of Culver City that involved the closure of a private recreational facility. And in that case, the court said the city fee was incorrect because it hadn't been calculated properly. And so the decision is useful because it outlines the way in which a city can quantify the loss of a recreational facility. And so what the court recommended was that cities determine either how much it would cost the city to replace that land use restriction on another piece of property, or alternatively, a city could require an applicant to deliver another piece of property that had that same land use restriction on it. Both of those methods have been approved by the Supreme Court. And so based on that decision, the city hired economic planning systems to come up with the cost to the city to burden another property owner to restrict their property to the recreational land use. And so that is the report that was presented to you tonight. And those are the two main legal questions that I saw come up. If you have any other questions tonight, please ask.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions about what was just explained? Okay. That's a fine point, and it's a very important point. It's the study analyzes the cost of burdening that property, not acquiring, not building, not maintaining, not operating. And that's an important legal point. So thank you. At this point, I would like to know who would like to begin. We have two things to cover. Questions of staff and the applicant. And when we are done with our questions, let's move into comments, final comments, as we work our way toward a resolution on the 4 items presented tonight. Would anyone like to begin with questions? On my left. Eric?
All right. Thank you to all of you here today that's spending all this time. I really appreciate you being here. And I also appreciate all the emails and documents and comments you've sent to us. I know it's hard to believe that we read them all, and it seems like they go into a black box, but I do read them, and I believe my colleagues do as well, so thank you. I have many, many questions, and I think I want to focus a lot on what I think is the most important document in this packet, which is the economic analysis. And I would just like to a special thanks to the folks from Sedway Consulting or whoever hired them or however we got that document, because I found a lot of the points they made in that document very helpful in kind of my own questions that I was going through my mind as I was reading the EPS report. So is the representative from EPS here? And would it be possible to put up the valuation analysis assumptions table on page 5 of the EPS analysis?
Yes.
Perfect. So I guess while he's getting that up there, I understand that trying to put a value on the opportunity cost to transfer a recreational use limitation on one property to another is not an easy task. And there's so many assumptions that need to be made here. Is there a pointer I can use?
Sure, right here. Or there.
Okay. So.
One on either side.
Many of the assumptions you made perfect sense to me, particularly, of course, using the full ice rink building instead of just the surface ice. That to me was like a no-brainer. Also using the industrial rate up here made sense to me, because I personally do not believe that a 24-hour fitness would fit the bill for this recreational facility requirement. The question I have, and I know that this is probably the most important assumption here, is that if you take all of your assumptions here, but instead you use this market rate right here, and you get a much, much different number here. And I know that in your report that you said that you went a little bit back and forth, not back and forth, but you said you were heading one way, and then midway through, after thinking about it more, you switched. This is a big deal in terms of the amount that we could ask for under Ehrlich. Can you explain that reasoning a little bit more?
Yes, thank you. Again, Darren Smith with Economic and Planning Systems. The logic behind what we have done in the alternative analysis, again, the left-hand column is what SPI produced, and we felt that several of the assumptions that they had used were not what we thought the master plan itself nor the Ehrlich case would suggest would be required. So in this case, we started with the assumption that if they were to, that the difference we were talking about is the difference between retail values and industrial values or recreational values, because those are representative of what a large-scale active sports facility are expected to pay, again, looking at comparable facilities throughout the peninsula and elsewhere in the Bay Area. So again, we found that they were paying about $10.50 per square foot for those types of uses. We compared that to the retail value and said, you know, that is a significant difference. It's about $20 a square foot in rent that is different between the retail use that the applicant would like to have versus the rent that they could reasonably expect from a recreational user. So our first analysis focused on that, and then we realized there was nothing in the Ehrlich case, nor common sense, that would say, again, as Ms. Whalen was pointing out, the Ehrlich case requires that you look at what the cost might be for the city to impose a recreational use restriction on another property. There's nothing that says that they would have to impose such a use restriction on a retail space in particular, and certainly not the highest performing retail space in the city. So what we did was look at the most likely types of facilities that they would be able to transfer that use to. And again, I'm somewhat gratified to hear this evening that Mr. Miola has looked into this as well and was pursuing other industrial properties for the transfer of this obligation and the reconstruction of an ice rink facility. Corroborates our assumption to a certain extent that is the type of facility that would be expected to be encumbered by this kind of use restriction. So we compared those two rents, recreational rent versus industrial rent, for that type of facility and said, you know, that's a $5 difference, which we then capitalized and coincidentally came up with a fairly comparable number. But obviously, we've made a number of different assumptions than SPI did, both in terms of the type of use that we think is appropriate under the master plan and the rents that we think are representative of that encumbrance difference.
So is one of the commenters, I forget the person's name, so I apologize, brought up the example of if it was like a park or a plaza, would your interpretation of that mean that under the Ehrlich decision they could locate that under a freeway?
I do remember the gentleman saying that. I don't think that that's an apt analogy at all.
Okay. Why? Can you care to explain why?
Well, again, it is unlikely that a facility such as this would, that is to say, a facility that is a large-scale active sports recreation facility would locate in a building that is otherwise likely to be retail. So I think I didn't quite understand the analogy, to be frank with you, but I think that what he was suggesting is that to relocate a plaza to under a freeway is not something that would likely happen, I don't believe. Whereas this is something that probably would happen. I'm not sure what more to say about it than that.
Okay. So getting back to your decision to use the industrial market rate versus the retail, and the reason I keep bringing this up is because, again, when I run the numbers, and my math might not be totally spot on, but I double checked it. If you use this market rate and the applicant's capitalization rate right here, you actually get $11.3 million opportunity cost. And then if you use this and the other capitalization right here, you got up almost 10 million. So that's a huge flex. So one tangential question of this is that if you did use this market rent right here and all of these assumptions, would it be safe to assume that at least that number could be interpreted as the potential net financial gain that the applicant stands to get if this zoning restriction was lifted?
That is exactly correct.
Okay.
Yes. So that would be a calculation of the benefit to the property owner, which is, of course, very interesting and is the reason that they are applying for this change of use. But that is not the standard that Ehrlich requires that we look at.
I understand that. I just thought that was also interesting. So before, I would like to move on to your second approach, but before we switch slides, I just want to make sure I understand this. So if you take, again, the market rate provided by the applicant, and you divide it by their capitalization rate that they provided, am I interpreting your model correctly that by definition, that would give us their estimation of the market value per square foot of that property?
There would likely be some minor operating costs, but yes, that is how it works.
So that is $522 per square foot. Okay, can we go to the next slide of the second valuation analysis? Oh, perfect, thanks. All right, so we just established that by using, I trust that SPI knows probably what their market value is, their market rent that they could charge, and their own capitalization rate. So that would mean that they're estimating that this right here is 522, except in your model you used 324. Can you explain that change? Or can you explain your use of the 324?
Yes, what we are trying to convey here was a secondary way of calculating and estimating the difference in value. Again, we relied and we state in our memo that the previous analysis that you had up on the prior slide is the one that really guides our interpretation of the maximum value. This was something we were trying to kind of triangulate, if you will. So we took the average retail value for all retail sales in the city of San Mateo in 2015. They averaged $324 per square foot. And we compared that to the value of the most comparable transaction there has been, the Nazareth Ice Oasis, which was a number of years ago now, it was 2008. So that's a bit dated, but there are only so many of these ice rinks that have transacted in recent years. The reason that we chose that particular property is it was very similar in size. It was about 24,000 square feet compared to 29 for this. It had a single ice rink, or a single sheet of ice, just as this one does. And as we've heard, many of the ice rink facilities being constructed now have more than one sheet of ice because it works better economically. So it is comparable in that way. It obviously serves a very similar market, as it's only a few miles from here. And finally, it was, unlike some of the other transactions that we looked at, it was an ice rink before the transaction, and it remained an ice rink after the transaction, as opposed to a number of them that were really sold for their land and have been since redeveloped.
I have less issues with the comparison of the Nazareth Ice Oasis, but I'm really focused on this number because it's very crucial into this calculation. So for example, if we did use the applicant's number and multiplied it by the 29,000, that would equal about a $15 million valuation minus the $6 million of the Ice Oasis, and that would be $9 million opportunity cost.
That math is correct.
Okay, so then, so let's just, as I'm trying to triangulate it different ways, let's look at the purchase price that they paid for this back in 2005. This information wasn't submitted in the packet, but I've kind of did some investigative work, and I did get some help from some emails. that were sent. So it's my understanding that back in 2005, that the applicant purchased from Westlake approximately 265,000 square feet for $92 million. That alone right there would be, if my math is correct, $347 per square foot. And that is 10 years ago. And that includes the fact that 10% of the retail space had that retail or the recreational restriction. So if you bring that cost into the future, and I don't know exactly what estimates you use, but for sake of argument, let's use a 3% annual increase for the past 10 years, that would lead to a 466 square foot retail. And then doing the math would be a 13.5 million valuation for a differential opportunity cost of $7.5 million. That's another hugely different number.
Yes, all of that math is correct, but again, the underlying logic below it is that we are using is the Ehrlich case, which is not a matter of calculating, as your numbers do, the difference in value between what they have and what they want. It is rather a difference in value between a property that might be encumbered with a recreational use restriction versus one that is not.
Well, you submitted the second approach. I was just as proof that your first approach was correct, and I'm just pointing out some things in the second approach that makes me feel really uneasy about that, especially the second approach and the first approach. It's just there's a lot of room for error there, and I don't blame you per se, but because this is almost an impossible task. But we have so much writing on that one number. That is the opportunity cost, and so I don't have any more questions about the EPS report. But thank you. But I do have a couple questions for the applicant. Is it okay to keep going? All right. I'll try to move on. Okay. So one question I had for you, in your company's cover letter that you submitted with the application, I think it was dated March 31st of this year, you said, or the writer, the author of the letter said, quote, 2 years ago, the company committed to exploring all options for the site. After exhaustive financial analysis, it concluded that another ice rink or similar private recreational provider would be suboptimal in every respect. In your comments, you talked about some of the alternatives that you sought out, but none of them, at least if I was understanding correctly, seemed to be alternatives where the ice rink was actually on the property where it was zoned to be. Did you look into options or?
Yeah, we looked at a couple of industrial properties, and we started running into issues again with a lot of them have columns inside, and so structurally you can't move those columns and have ice hockey work. I mean, you don't have a structurally sound building, so that was a challenge. But really finding properties where they were in fact zoned. It was a challenge. We looked at a site right adjacent to Bridgepoint, which is actually in Foster City. We thought that'd be great. The parking lot right behind it. And again, but in terms of finding a site that worked, no, we didn't. We thought the best possible solution would be on city or county-owned land, and we would build a building there. And unfortunately, I think the best opportunity seemed to be on the I'm calling it the county fairland. I'm not sure the actual.
The county fairgrounds.
Yeah.
So my question is actually on the parcel of land that's zoned for a recreational use ice rink.
Sure.
Did you look into any options that I've seen floated around that I know that?
Yeah, we looked at one potential reconfiguration where we'd have an ice sheet and a retailer come in, a junior anchor, and at the time our operators said, well, now really the only thing that makes economic sense to us is having a two-sheet facility. And so he told us that wouldn't work.
So when your company,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's important to understand the context, which was that the operator was telling us that, I'm in trouble, this isn't working for me, and it would be optimal if I had 2 sheets. Mm-hmm. We said, well, again, can we reconfigure? And he said that just wouldn't work for me.
So if we could find an operator that could run on 1 sheet, then you'd be all set?
I think at this point we're done. We've worked on this for 6 years. Well, I could tell you, I actually had members,
If I may, we need to keep the comments and the laughter down, and we need to not acknowledge them. Let's get through a dialogue with the commission only, please. Thank you.
Thank you. We actually had a couple members, again, of the existing advocacy group say, how about we do a short-term lease while we explore options? And we said, sure, we can do that. Can you sign a lease? And they said, well, we don't actually want to sign a lease with you. We don't want to have to be on the lease. And so, again, just so you understand, I mean, we actually have explored a lot of different options here.
So when you use the term suboptimal, it seemed to me like you're assuming that restriction doesn't exist.
Well, I think the term suboptimal comes from, I know this is not a popular notion, but we're not required to have an ice rink. We can have alternative recreational uses. And there are other recreational uses that we think would be vibrant and would actually pay more rent. So it's suboptimal from that perspective.
Other recreational uses or other uses?
Yes, there are recreational uses.
And does that consist of like 24-hour fitnesses and yoga studios?
Yep.
Okay. So,
and I guess I understand there's a bias here to ice hockey. Everyone's got their sport that they like. I mean, I enjoy particular sports as well, but I mean, it doesn't mean that one's less athletic or competitive. And so, martial arts was an example. Mm-hmm. They're very popular with children.
Well, for me,
and I think that's consistent with what we're legally entitled to do, and I think that's an important point.
Well, I think that point is up for interpretation, but I
agree. Sorry.
So, moving on, kind of shifting gears a little bit, I only have a couple more questions. So, your company, from what I understand, is very successful, owns many properties on both coasts, and I would assume has a pretty good due diligence team. Back in 2005, when your team was putting together what bid to offer Westlake for this property, sure. Didn't they take into account the fact that 10% of the retail space had this usage restriction on it?
Absolutely.
And wouldn't you or your company at that time had to pay a less price for this property or that lot because of that restriction?
The income gets blended in. As a somewhat of a technical but important point, we bought the property. We bought it as part of a tax deferred exchange. So that's not considered a typical arm's length value. There would be an appraisal discount for that.
Right, but if that restriction did not exist, you would have probably had to pay more for that property, right?
That would be correct.
Westlake would have held out for a little bit more.
That would be correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Through the chair. I've got a couple of relatively non-technical questions. In your letter of March 31st, you mentioned, I think, a couple times that the Bridgepoint Mall is the highest volume retail center. And I know that the Hillsdale Mall pays more in retail taxes to the city. So what is your definition of the highest volume retail?
Yeah, we had numbers that showed it paying the highest sales. We had numbers showing sales taxes, and okay. So if that's incorrect, then that was just my error. But,
yeah,
but we'd seen numbers, and I could produce that.
Okay, no, I checked with this city accountant, and he said that the Hillsdale is actually about $500,000 higher.
Okay.
The information says an ice rink or similar recreational use, and that definition still has not been settled on. So what is your definition of a similar recreational use?
I guess that's something we have to explore.
Okay.
But there's, we'll do that once we know what the decision is, of course. But we've provided some examples of what we think it means.
Correct.
Yeah.
I saw that. you mentioned, or the letter mentions that Bridgepoint Partners proposes to invest in the city's robust parks, and then a little bit lower, you're saying that the $3 million would be a great thing for the city to meet its unmet recreational needs of its residents. Other than, we recently this weekend, the residents here in San Mateo recently received our winter activity package that's offered by the city, and I think there are hundreds of different classes that are held through the months of, through the winter months. The only one that I saw that was missing was an ice rink. So I would think that if you were trying to meet unmet recreational needs, you've got the perfect opportunity to do so without having to pay anyone $3 million. One last question is, as a mature retail area as San Mateo is, I think it's been proven in many studies that if you add additional retail, I think the term is called cannibalism, and it occurs on a pretty regular basis. So for the financial, this is more for BPS, for the financial comparisons, if the city actually is anticipating a $66,000 a year in additional retail tax income, that would probably be siphoned off of another or other properties. And I don't know if that's been
I think that's actually a false assumption. I can give you an example. We have a shopping center in Daly City that we just recently redeveloped, and we put in 2 new anchors there, and the existing anchors are up 15% year to date on their sales. And so that's not cannibalization. It's being smart, I think, with tenant mix. And most retailers that you talk to would say that they would welcome a good additional retail tenant, and that it's beneficial and synergistic with the business.
Correct. But I think the argument can also be made that it might not be coming right out of that existing center, that Bridgepoint itself, but it'll be coming else from the rest of the city.
Understood.
Because it has been proven that if you add the retail, it doesn't increase the volume of the retail throughout the city, it transfers it. So that is my point.
Got it.
Thank you.
Please.
While you're still up there, so in your opening presentation, I don't want to quote you verbatim, but you made this statement along the lines of, and if tonight we vote no, you would continue to keep it closed. I think that's
I'll interrupt you, sorry, but,
sure,
but I think at least 5 people made that comment, and that's not what I said. What I said was we would explore alternative recreational uses.
Okay.
I can give you the script of my paper.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that would be helpful, because I misinterpreted.
If I said that, maybe I did it. I was nervous, but and maybe, again, there's no distinction with the folks here, but our expectation is that we would explore alternative recreational uses and put in ones that are approved and understand that it needs to be approved by planning.
Okay, thank you.
No questions.
No questions.
Done?
No, we're not done. Can you tell me why the rink was closed?
The rink was closed because the existing operator no longer had an interest in operating that rink. It wasn't viable for him. The lease expired, and we closed it, and he closed it.
Does it make good sense to you that you would consider doing some market research and considering, if I had a little bit more ice here, I could accommodate the real needs of an ice skating community? Did that thinking ever happen?
I'm sorry, if we had more ice?
Yeah, if I had another sheet.
No, that thinking did not happen.
If we simply expanded this building and came to the city and said, we'd like to take a couple parking spaces, move a driveway, we'd like to have a real skating center here, not just one sheet. Did that thinking ever
No.
cross Mr. Wong's mind?
Well, I couldn't tell you what crossed Mr. Wong's
I
mind.
believe
I
that.
could tell
But
you what crossed my mind.
in your wildest imagination, do you think that thought was researched?
Again, I don't try to imagine what other people think. I can tell you that I didn't think of that, though, and I'm intimately involved in the process.
And to be fair, I have heard you and your team say tonight that you conducted an exhaustive research about the options.
Yeah.
And I think we heard tonight from a gentleman who was very passionate and has dedicated a lot of time in his life to speed skating. And in just a few words, helped us understand that people go elsewhere because they need more ice. And I grew up roller skating and then ice skating. And I get it. Ice is tricky. It's got to be cleaned. It's got to be, manicured. And you've got all these different groups that are using it. It's not just, sweeping off a roller skating surface. But more ice makes a lot of sense for, I got artistic skaters over here, I've got lessons over here, or maybe I'm running a session, and maybe the hockey teams are practicing over there.
Yeah, it may. I mean, I'm just not in the ice business, so, and I know that the two prior ice operators both did fail.
Yeah.
And so I'm just not familiar enough to know. Maybe that's the
And
case.
I
just don't
apologize,
understand.
I'm going to interrupt you,
Yeah,
but,
sure,
but
go
I beg
ahead.
to differ. You are in the ice business, and you made a decision to close an ice rink. So
The operator
to be
made the
fair-
decision to close the
To be
ice
fair,
rink. Yeah.
you are zealously representing your client. So I
Sure.
cannot accept from you saying, I'm not in the ice business. You are. You just have locked doors.
Okay, I beg to differ, but I appreciate your
Let's be
opinion.
honest.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Through the chair?
Please.
May I address a couple of questions with the EPS?
Please. Questions, and then we'll move to comments.
Sure. And I am very happy that we have Mr. Rodriguez on this commission because he knows how to look at these numbers much more intelligently than I. But a couple of things in this report is you've admitted that there's some discrepancies which have led to lower cost analysis, I believe. One of the things you say is the industrial building sale prices are currently averaging just over $300 per square foot in the city, though this figure is much higher than has been typical in recent years. Subsequently, clearly SPI and EPS have different interpretations of the same language in the BMP agreement, i.e. types of tenants that meet the expected standard, and those interpretations drive the assumptions for the analysis. The report then says, also, we concede that this analysis may yield a lower opportunity cost figure than may actually be required if SPI were to seek a third party to accept a recreational use restriction. So very simply, you may have already said this in another form, but why was the lower opportunity cost used?
The lower opportunity cost was used because it is this math yields that figure. When I was, you listed several things there. One is the difference of assumptions between what SPI had produced and what we have produced. That is clearly laid out in this matrix, so you can see where we disagreed with them regarding the type of facility or the type of tenants that would satisfy the language of the agreement, but also this basis of the value of an unencumbered versus an encumbered property and what types of properties would be such thus encumbered. Clearly there are differences there. To Commissioner Rodriguez's questions earlier, the secondary analysis that we did, where you were comparing the average retail rents, the intention of that was, again, to kind of triangulate, but it clearly states in our document that is not the basis of the Ehrlich-based decision. It is rather intended to reflect the difference in value to the applicant rather than the difference in cost to the city to impose such a restriction. So it does clearly make that distinction. And the comments that we received, and you all received, from the Sedway Consulting Group and the Committee on to Save the Bridgepoint Ice Rink, also their analyses are, when they yield those higher numbers, are again calculating the difference in value to the applicant rather than the cost of such an encumbrance. But to your other question, sir, I'm sorry, could you repeat it? It is late in the day.
I am just curious why, I mean, you state that the analysis may yield a lower opportunity, so
yes.
Why would we go to the lower end if there's an option to have gone another direction?
What we were referring to there with respect to it potentially yielding a lower figure is not that we think there's something wrong with these numbers. They are the best numbers that we had available to do this. What we are saying is that this is still a kind of a one-off. It's a hypothetical exercise that we're doing, and we're doing our best effort to estimate what that would be. But the actual cost of doing such a transaction, there are no other transactions like this that we could find anywhere where there was an actual transfer of an encumbrance from a private recreational facility to some other facility. Therefore, it is hypothetical. It is certainly possible. We were trying to be clear about that. It is certainly possible that should the applicant actually go out and try to make such a transaction, that it would cost more than we have estimated. But the cost that we have come up with is the best estimate that we have. Anything beyond that would be even more speculative and hypothetical than what we have calculated.
Well, I think there was one other key assumption made on the part of the study, and that had to do with that the transfer would be the most efficient way. And I don't know if that was ever quoted in the Ehrlich case, Gabriel, or not. I wasn't sure if that was part of that agreement.
That's not part of the decision.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So the assumption, what I'm questioning a little bit here is, why would you take a property at Bridgepoint and transfer that exact same encumbrance to an industrial site that isn't anywhere near of the same quality or attractiveness to bring in the same clientele? And I think making that assumption is pretty important in this study.
It is indeed important. It does absolutely drive the numbers. Mm-hmm. What we assumed, and we worked with staff to figure this out, is that should this money be received and the city were to go out and try to make such a transaction with a third-party property owner, that the city themselves would seek the most cost-effective way to do that. Right? They would not want to pay $13 million to encumber a property for an ice rink when they could potentially pay $3 million to get an ice rink somewhere else.
I understand, but to me it seems that it puts the city at a disadvantage because they are not actually replacing like with like. They are taking the title and they're transferring that, but they're not getting the same property. They're not getting the same value. And I know we're not talking about an ice rink. I understand that. But we're talking about a value, and that value seems to have been reduced.
If I may, through the chair, just to clarify, if you do look at the specific language of the Ehrlich case, which we have looked at, I think it's important to note that one of the findings of the court, and I'm quoting here, says, the loss which the city seeks to mitigate by levying the contested recreational fee is not the loss of any particular recreational facility, but the loss of property reserved for private recreational use. So again, we are not talking about the cost of construction, operation. However, we are talking about the restriction on a property for, in this case, a private recreational use. You've brought up the issue about whether or not the industrial manufacturing property should be used as opposed to another retail center. I think one of the questions that came to mind was, if in fact an alternative was to locate an ice rink, say on Amphlett, which is Zone C4, would that be adequate to provide a full sheet or a full sheet of ice similar to Bridgepoint? Would that fulfill the intent of having an ice rink? Or is it important that it's actually located in a retail area? From our standpoint in working with EPS, the critical factor was limiting a piece of property so it could fit a full-size ice rink. The fact of whether or not it would be at Bridgepoint, at Hillsdale, or on Amphlett was not the important question. The important question is, would there be a property that would be reserved for an ice rink to be operational?
Okay. Not now, unfortunately. Thank you. Is it fair to say if there is a question, he might be able to present it to you for consideration? No.
You've closed the public hearing, so you would need to reopen the public hearing. Which
And we're not
means
going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, thank you, sir. With all due respect, I appreciate it. More questions?
Not
for clarification for staff or applicant? Please.
Just a quick clarification for our attorney. Am I correctly understanding that there is no precedent that you know of that at all allows the city to require that they operate the facility?
So in the research I've done to date, we do have the power to zone the property. If a property owner were asking the city for something extra, we could enter into an agreement with them in which they were obligated to operate. And that comes up a lot in the context of redevelopment, where a property owner is asking for city funds and the two parties enter into an agreement and the city says, in exchange for these funds, we want you to operate from 8 to 5. And that is probably the most common scenario in which that would come up.
Thank you for clarifying.
Through the chair. Gabrielle, can you tell me if there are other private properties in the city that have similar zoning agreements as the one currently we're discussing? And if so, would they be affected?
So our view on the master plan is it's the equivalent of zoning. It's describing what uses are permitted on this property. We did look to see what other sorts of projects have had operational conditions imposed on them. And most of those operational restrictions are like restrictive in nature. Like, for instance, Sarah High School has a special use permit from the city. And so as part of that special use permit, we said we'll allow you to build what you want to build, but you have to promise, not to have a certain number of football games, no more than this maximum. Football games have to be over by 9. So the operational requirements are like limitations in nature. It doesn't say you must have football games on site. And then another example would be Draper University wanted an exception to our retail frontage requirements downtown. And the city's retail frontage ordinance provides that an applicant can apply for an economic development permit. So again, it's a special permit. And they said, the city said, we'll allow you to have less than the required amount of frontage. But you have to promise to, and I think the condition reads, make your best effort to keep the storefronts filled. And so that would be an example of an operational requirement that was negotiated. And then when St. Matthew's Catholic Church Gymnasium was approved, they also received a special use permit that had operating conditions, but those are more limitations in nature, like you can only host games that are for your students. You have to have certain parking programs in place. That condition didn't say you have to hold basketball games on site. It just was describing how they needed to run those basketball games.
Okay, I think we've got a decision to make. Would we like to take items one at a time, or are we proceeding down a path of trying to tackle all four at once? And I'm going to suggest that we try to tackle one at a time.
I would say the key decision point is the master plan amendment. And then I would say that, depending on the commission's decision with regard to that, then the addendum and the site plan and architectural review fall into place after that decision is made.
Okay. So in order then, you're basically saying 2, 3, 1, and 4 from the agenda?
Yeah, I think you could do, and I'll defer to Ron, but I would do bullet item 2 first, and then I would do 1 and 3 together after that.
Thank you. If you look at page 2 on the agenda, items delineated 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's tackle item 2. We'll address items 1 and 3 together, if you're in agreement with that, and item 4 last.
I think the only thing that I would indicate is, first of all, CEQA does not apply to projects that are not going to be approved. So you could theoretically vote to deny the amendment as part of number 2. I think we would still like to know whether or not you feel that the addendum to the EIR is sufficient. However, if you were to vote yes, that is, you are going to approve the amendment to the Bridgepoint Master Plan, you would first need to adopt an affirmative action to say, yes, the addendum to the EIR is sufficient, because you're saying yes. Well, do you have sufficient information? Well, you need to have sufficient information in the EIR addendum. So, however, I would say that even if the commission votes to deny the application and CEQA does have a provision that CEQA does not apply, we would still like a vote on the addendum to the environmental impact report, because again, your action is advisory to the city council, and I think they would want to know what your findings on the environmental impact report are.
I get that logic. Okay. Does anyone have any questions for the EIR and or comments so we can work our way through these points one at a time?
I just have a comment. Are we going to go through our final comments to explain why we're voting where we are, or are we just going to go ahead and vote?
I think we can do that and need to do that as we go through one at a time.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
There's a lot on our plate, and I think we need to, keep these thoughts separate. They are potentially different paths. So if we're done with questions, let's agree and move on to comments. If there are any questions remaining about the EIR, are there any questions about the addendum?
I do have questions if we are going to start on item number 1.
Yes.
And quite frankly, I'm not exactly sure where to start.
Yeah, well, there's a lot in front of us, and I think staff presented this in a very logical process. If we agree, great, let's move on. If not, let's state that and then move on.
So I'm confused.
Go ahead.
What are we going to comment on and perhaps vote on first?
Number 1, let's ask any final qualifying questions and then move on to comments about the addendum to the EIR.
And then a motion, and then motions after comment.
And a motion, hopefully.
Comments, and then a motion.
Please, in that order.
I have concerns about doing it in that order because there are statements made in attachment 1, which are the findings for the adoption of the amendment to the environmental impact report, that assume that we're going to accept an in lieu fee to mitigate the expected impacts of the land use change, references to compensation for impact, loss of recreational uses. So to me, it doesn't make sense to vote on that one first until we know the direction the entire commission is going to take on the second item.
Ron, I'm gonna take your advice on this. I know we.
Again, I would indicate that the addendum to the EIR, what you are finding is that one of the things that we talked about with the statement of overriding considerations, and that is with the removal of one of the 8 statement of overriding considerations, that is the ice rink, do the statement of overriding considerations, are they still valid? That would occur whether you vote yay or nay. Again, this is an informational document. Do you have the information adequate to make a decision on this project? That is in the affirmative. Again, if you vote to deny the project, CEQA does indicate that disapprovals are not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act.
So if we're not happy with the contents of the addendum,
Then you should vote not to certify it.
Let's clarify.
But I think if you were to do so, we would like to know those reasons, and I think the City Council would also like to know the reasons if you vote not to certify the EIR.
Would I have to go to the restroom. Would it be possible for us to request a quick break for us to gather our thoughts and as we decide this, just a very quick break, please?
I think that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Let's do 5 and let's try to keep it to 5, please. Thank you. Thanks, Pamela. 5-minute recess. So let's not talk about it. We won't discuss it. We'll wait until the mics are back on. please take their seat. Good call. That was a great call. We're not supposed to be eating up here, but we will. So let's try to recover our critical mass and move the needle on the evening. Please take your seats, and I believe we have some clarification available from our Chief Planner, Ron Munikawa.
One suggestion that we would have for the commission is if the chair were just to indicate from a straw vote from the commission whether or not this amendment is going to be approved or denied. If it's clearly moving in the no vote direction, you can go ahead and proceed with the vote on the specific plan amendment itself, and then we can get to the other items. It's just if the vote's going to be affirmative, we would need to have an affirmative vote with the EIR addendum. So maybe one thing to do is just see where the sense of the commission is without taking the vote. If it appears that it's headed one way towards a denial, then go ahead and take that action. If it's headed the other way towards an approval, then I think we do need to make sure that the environmental document is tied up, is wrapped up.
Yeah. So, to be followed by comments?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand that's a concern, because there are an awful lot of comments. All right, well, I appreciate that. And if, commissioners, at your discretion, I'd like to just ask, are you feeling like you have enough information to move forward on item number 2? Okay.
Yes.
And if you think that's going to be in the affirmative, I think we should handle item number 1 first. Is that something you believe we need to do?
I don't think we should handle item number 1 first.
Nor do I.
I am in disagreement. I think item number 1 is key to the whole process.
Okay. I respectfully disagree. And I think we can discuss item 2. I see 4 that are in favor, and I do believe that City Council would want to know how we weigh in on it, but it is of little consequence if we are not moving forward on item number 2. So at this time, in the interest of time, and in the interest of the quantity and quality of the dialogue these many years later, let's provide final questions and comments on item number 2. Can we do that? Okay. So let's point our questions to staff or the applicant, wrap that up, provide final comment, and I would love to see a resolution on item number 2 at the end of the comments. Fair? Okay. Who would like to begin with any final questions on item number 2? Hearing none, how about comments on item number 2? And I will read item number 2 for those that we don't have it posted. Item number 2, under the planning application 15.030 that we originally introduced, item number 2 states to approve an amendment to the Bridgepoint Master Plan to remove references to the upgraded ice rink on lot number 5, to allow retail uses as a major tenant space based upon the findings in attachment 1 and subject to the conditions of approval in attachment 2. Who would like to begin with comments?
I can start.
Please.
Okay. So thank you to the members of the public for staying engaged in this process, to city staff for working so hard to move this proposal forward, and to the applicant. I have listened to all of your comments tonight, read all of the public comments received via email, and read all the documentation prepared for tonight's hearing, as well as the May 27th, 2014 Planning Commission study session. This included agendas, staff reports, and meeting minutes from 1996 through tonight for both the Planning Commissions and City Councils. In addition, I have had conversations with former City Council members and former Planning Commissioners. It is clear to me that our earlier leaders had the wisdom and foresight to insist on a recreational amenity, the ice rink, at the Bridgepoint Shopping Center. There are many reasons why I feel an operating ice rink should remain at Bridgepoint, but I will only discuss a few I feel are of most importance tonight. The first one is the Bridgepoint Master Plan. The purpose of a master plan is to identify potential land uses, locations for public right-of-way improvements, location of structures and parking, and building intensities and heights that can occur on the site. The Bridgepoint Master Plan was crafted by the Planning Commission, staff, and the then owner of the property over the course of many meetings, was then approved by the Commission and forwarded to City Council for their approval, which occurred in September of 1996. In order to certify the final environmental impact report and approve the Bridgepoint Master Plan, the City Council had to adopt a statement of overriding considerations for 3 significant impacts that could not be mitigated to a level of insignificance. The ice rink was listed as one of the 8 policy decisions or benefits to the public. Was item H, and I quote, "The project will provide recreational opportunities for San Mateo residents through retention of the ice rink facility." And this is what partially allowed the approval of the master plan and the certification of the environmental impact report to occur. The second reason is the recreational amenity. A key component of a master plan for a mixed-use development is the identification of land to be used for recreational purposes. Such was the case at Bridgepoint, where the ice rink from the former Fashion Island Shopping Center was to be retained. And I apologize if some of these figures are a little incorrect. I had to do a lot of research and searching for it, some of this information. But since 1996, several large mixed-use projects have been approved by the City of San Mateo. There was Bay Meadows Phase 1, which was 75 acres, and 6% of that area was devoted to parks and open space. Bay Meadows Phase 2 consisted of 83 acres, with 18% of the land area devoted to parks and open space. And finally, Station Park Green, at 11.97 acres, has 19% of the acreage devoted to parks and open space. In 1996, we were still learning. Bridgepoint Master Plan area is 78 acres, and only 2% of the land is devoted to a recreational purpose. In the conservation, open space, and parks and recreation element of Vision 2030, the San Mateo General Plan, there is a goal of 6.0 acres per 1,000 population for city parks and open space. In 2009, San Mateo was at 4.9 acres per 1,000 population, and the general plan was adopted by City Council in October of 2010. The need for recreational opportunities in 1996 was of real concern. That has not changed. If anything, the situation has grown worse. Not only have we been slow to add new recreational assets, but the area's population has grown by leaps and bounds over the last 20 years. The third issue is the conditions of approval. The December 1996 Planning Commission approval of the Bridgepoint Retail Development SPAR application, also called the Site Plan and Architectural Review, included a list of conditions of approval. Conditions of approval attached to the property, not to the property owner. This particular property has had several owners over the course of 20 years. As part of their due diligence, each successive owner should have reviewed the conditions of approval attached to this property. As a former planning commissioner stated, the conditions of approval are the rules. Have we now decided that conditions of approval are meaningless? And yes, master plans can be amended, but it requires an application before the Planning Commission and then the City Council. There is no guarantee of the outcome. And fourth, the ice rink as a unique amenity. The ice rink at Bridgepoint was and can be a unique recreational amenity. It provided recreational opportunities for a wide variety of users, all ages, all genders, all levels of ability, individual, group, and team activities. It was indoors and therefore year-round, not weather or daylight dependent. There is no other similar recreational use. In recent years, our recreational options have decreased. We have lost roller rinks, bowling alleys, Malibu Grand Prix, miniature golf, just to name a few. Yes, we may need more soccer fields and restrooms, but at least we have some. We have no ice rink. And this is brought to bear, the popularity of the temporary ice rink at Central Park has further emphasized the need for such a facility. There is a current trend in the design and redesign of shopping centers. They are now envisioned as lifestyle retail centers and incorporate theaters, bowling alleys, theme parks, and fitness centers, as well as retail. Just look at the current proposal for the North Block of Hillsdale Shopping Center. And here we have an applicant who wants to remove one of these assets. From all of the hundreds of written public comments I have read, I would like to cite two. Suzanne Kennedy writes, and I quote, "A healthy, thriving city needs diverse recreational opportunities for its citizens." And the second one is from a letter from the board of the Beresford-Hillsdale Neighborhood Association, and they write, "We regard our recreational open space to be tied to our quality of life here in San Mateo. In summary, if we do not take this opportunity to save the ice rink, it is gone forever. San Mateo is a built-out city with little to no vacant land available for development. And in this current economic boom and housing crisis, the chances we are able to build a new ice rink are non-existent, no matter how much money is in the pot. My decision tonight must be based on what is right for the community. And by community, I don't just mean the city of San Mateo. We should not draw our boundaries at the city limit line. A decision tonight to approve the applicant's requested master plan amendment may be the best and easiest outcome for the applicant and the city, but not for the community. I will be voting tonight to deny the applicant's requests for a master plan amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
I also want to put on the record that I met with representatives of Save the Ice Rink Group, and city staff was there, so I just want to put that on the record. Thank you, everyone, for still being here so very late at night. You are so well mobilized and so darn passionate, and we hear you very loud and clear. I strongly do not approve the amendment to the Bridgepoint Master Plan removing the requirement for an ice rink. One of the goals in the general plan was to establish San Mateo as the cultural center of San Mateo County, which the ice rink is our very unique asset. And it was foundational to the approval of the entire site. So I'm just trying to be succinct, but
You accomplished that. Thank you. Eric, you're up.
Okay, so I have many, many, many reasons why I do not think we should accept the $3 million offer and remove the restrictions on the site. I'm going to also try to be brief. You know, I agree with nearly everything that Commissioner Whitaker and Commissioner O'Leary said. I think that just getting down to it, I mean, we saw in the presentation of the EPS report just how easy it is to make one wrong assumption and it throws off all the numbers. And I'm not criticizing Mr. Smith's report at all, because I do recognize again that it's very difficult to come up with those numbers. But you know, if we were to recommend the removal of the rink, there's no going back from that. And I personally would feel much more comfortable if we got some sort of second opinion on that economic analysis. You know, there's certain things like with the legal advice from our staff. I know we have a great staff, and I'm not a lawyer, so I take that advice I take their advice very strongly, and it weighs a lot of weight. When it comes to this economic analysis, I used to be a consultant, and I know how these numbers can just get mushed around. And so anyway, I guess practically speaking, I won't get into the principles, or I won't get into all these comments that I have, but practically speaking, I just don't think it's a good deal for San Mateo for $3 million. Given what's at stake, and given what's at stake also for the applicant. I know that there are limits with the Ehrlich decision, that we cannot ask for more, but that doesn't mean that we just roll over and give in to the applicant's hardball tactics. That's my opinion. I think that the fact that they have so much to gain here gives us, the community, and the city of San Mateo a little bit of ammunition to work with as well in this negotiation. You know, in terms of the principle about this, it's like, what type of message? I think there was one of the commenters, I have her name down as Alicia Ung, and she said, what type of message do we want to send to developers or our community? And, you know, I was thinking the exact same thing. I mean, can you imagine if like the Bay Meadows development all of a sudden decided that, you know, their community garden and their park was suboptimal, and they could probably make a lot more money putting more housing there. Or another example that came up this evening is with the Draper University. You know, they agreed to something, but I'm sure that's not optimal either, if you're looking at the bottom line. One other example that actually a public comment made, and I thought it was interesting. It was kind of funny, but it was kind of sad how close it relates to this. Is the 4 tiny houses on a lot? You know, that's probably not that's suboptimal for her. I think that what's sad here is, in the many emails and comments and conversations that I've had, the common theme came up, and the theme was, it would be something like, duh, Eric, what would you rather think is better for the community, an ice rink or $3 million? Or the more recent variation I've been hearing is, what would you rather have, a Nordstrom's rack or an ice rink? I really wish that question was that simple, because I would gladly take the open ice rink in both cases. But the sad reality is, it's not that simple. We can't just choose the ice rink and voila, the ice rink magically opens or reopens, unfortunately. And voting against these measures tonight, I feel like I'm unfortunately voting to continue this lose-lose situation that our community finds itself in. And of course, by lose-lose, I mean that the community is losing out every single day that rink is not open. And I would like to think that the applicant is missing out because they have an empty building that they're paying taxes on, and it's definitely suboptimal now. It is my sincere hope that in rejecting this offer, that I'm signaling, or we as a commission now I could say, I guess, are signaling to the applicant that we are not going to give in so easily. And now is the time to get back at the table and really work on solutions and that can try to find a win-win solution that takes into account the rink and the community interest. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
John?
Through the chair. First of all, I want to thank staff and the consultants for all of the very hard work going into this package. Like any legal document of this size, there's always going to be questions and ambiguities, and that's the reason for putting it together. I also want to make sure that I reach out to the public. I've got so many notes here, and your heartfelt messages, as Charlie will usually say, have really touched me. I think it's just a symbol of your desire for the better health of the community, not yourself in particular, but for the children to come and the community as a whole. I was thinking earlier today that in 1996, the City Council assumed an ice rink would be operated at Site 1. That assumption has not been realized, and it is in fact being challenged by SPI. If we were to approve this amendment, then SPI would have a settlement which would automatically increase the value of their property, but it doesn't mean that they would actually go forward with their plan because they don't have to. So they could garner that immediate financial gain. At the same time, the city would lose a recreational facility, lose any fee, and also not get the sales tax, because SPI does not have to do this. It's the same as the city. They're saying they don't have to operate an ice rink. Well, they don't have to go through this application either. So they could just flip the property. I feel that the best way, I think the key component here is public health and safety. And I feel that the best way to promote public health, safety, and welfare would to have an open, active ice rink today at its current physical location. To turn this one-of-a-kind of asset into yet another shopping center would be an injustice to the citizens of San Mateo. On a technical side, I think that there are substantial changes to the environment that would occur with this land use change. And we've got a CEQA addendum, we've got a climate action plan, and we've got Bay Area air quality management that are involved in the different documents. The way that I perceive it is that we are leaving a tremendous amount of the equation out of the discussion by just looking at the building and just seeing how the building performs environmentally. We have to remember that everything that would be going to that building as a retail facility would need to be manufactured, produced, shipped, bought, and then brought back to the landfill eventually. These greenhouse gases are not part of any study, and they are not required to be part of any study. But there are also some discussions about has the city's cap been met? And I don't think it has. There are issues that are called out for, specifically new developments, at least 6 multifamily units and/or 10,000 square feet of non-residential space need to have the trip reductions. I don't know if that document has been completely verified. One of the Climate Action Plan requirements is SW1, which is commercial properties over 10,000 square feet and multifamily buildings of at least 4 units at time of construction or additions, alterations. They need to provide an area sufficient to space to store and allow access to a compost bin. Well, I don't know how that would apply to this specific project, because we don't know if there will be a restaurant there. We don't know if there will be any composting. I don't know if it meets the letter of the cap. There is also, the building is supposed to meet a measurement of 1,700 or 1,100 pounds of greenhouse gases a year, when in fact they are going to be producing 1,700 tons, which is a 60% increase. That is being offset by meeting the Bay Area air quality management requirement of compliance with the qualified greenhouse gas reduction strategy, which is our cap. I don't think we are meeting that requirement. Part of the methodology for this study comes from the California National Resource Agency, which states, while the proposed amendments do not foreclose the possibility that a single project may result in greenhouse gas emissions with a direct impact on the environment, the evidence before CNRA indicates that in most cases, the impact will be cumulative. Therefore, the proposed amendments emphasize that the analysis of greenhouse gas emissions should center on whether a project's incremental contribution of greenhouse gas emissions is cumulatively considerable, which I don't think have been brought into the equation, as I had mentioned earlier. One last statement on that portion. Part of the reasoning to accept an addendum as it applies to CEQA is that there aren't any large significant changes. And I would counter that there are large significant environmental changes. Over the last 20 years, San Mateo County is now identified as the most vulnerable county in California to sea rise, with over $24 billion worth of property or assets that are at risk. The property that we are discussing is in an area code, a zip code, that 95% of the property there is 5 feet below sea level. This, to me, is significantly different than 20 years ago when the Environment Impact Report was put together. We also now have the knowledge and the technology of how to address these issues. And what we need to change is the political will to address them. And there's another portion of the cap the Climate Action Plan, that notes that this building it's shown as new. And it may be a typo, but that was what I was trying to ascertain earlier, is does this building have anything to do with the discussion? And if it changes, if the land use changes, does it then be designated as a new building? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have any final comments before I wrap it up? Very good. I will say that I agree wholeheartedly with my colleagues that this is unfortunate that we have to revisit a nearly 20-year-old topic again. I think it is of interest that the former owner is in the process of revamping a mall to the south that has an ice rink and has made a similar commitment to keep that ice rink a part of his remodel of a pretty outdated mall, but one that will, I'm pretty sure, will become a shining example of what a rink brings to a mall. Anyway, I look forward to this property owner taking the high road. I look forward to that, and I think it behooves us to all keep a positive mind about that. I think it would be foolish to continue down this path, and I hope that the property owner and his development investors come to their senses. So, with that, let's have a motion on item number 2.
Okay, I guess I'm up. I make a motion to deny planning application 15-030 for the Bridgepoint Master Plan amendment to allow retail uses on Lot 5 of Site 1, the location of the former ice rink and ice rink. I guess that's all we need to say.
I think that's good. And then the commission can just vote on that decision and then tackle the addendum and the site plan later.
Thank you.
I will second that motion.
There's a motion. Is there any discussion? No? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nays? None. Motion carries 5-0. I will gladly move the needle forward and say that we need to address item number 1 first, I think.
As the commission wishes, I do think you could probably address the addendum and the site plan and architectural review in one pass.
Okay.
And I think it would be helpful to the council to know your reasons for recommending yes or no on those.
Okay. I think we've heard, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we've heard enough questions about it. I think it's time for final comments, and if we can address 1 and 3 together. Which commissioner would like to provide comments, final comments on the addendum
if I may,
to the...
I think we've heard several comments regarding the addendum to the EIR. However, in terms of the site plan and architectural review, one of the findings that you can make is that it's not consistent with the Bridgepoint Master Plan. If there are other comments pertaining to the site plan and architectural review, it may be helpful to have those as we go forward to the City Council. And again, I think Commissioner Ebenader indicated the issues that he had with the EIR addendum. If there are additional ones, you can mention them, but we have something on the record. Again, with regard to the site plan architectural review, one of the findings you can make is it's not consistent with the Bridgepoint Master Plan, but if there are other issues, it would be beneficial to get those on the record as well.
And then just to reiterate, the part of the addendum is the modified statement of overriding considerations, and that was drafted to say that 7 of the original policy reasons are sufficient to override the significant impacts. And so if the commission is of the mind that the recreational use was a key policy decision to adopting that statement of overriding considerations in 1996, that would be helpful to have on the record for the City Council. Did that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All right. So I appreciate the clarification, and let's provide some direction at this point. So if we have heard final comments on the addendum to the EIR, let's make sure that we're hearing final comments on, and if there are any questions relative to the SPAR.
Questions?
Questions? Let's do them together. Questions and comments. Would
Well,
you like to go first?
I hope I'm answering the question at hand.
Okay.
With regard to the site plan and architectural review, I did look at the drawings that were for the proposed remodel and read the applicant's statement, visited the sites, spent a couple hours there walking around and looking at everything, and I felt that the proposed changes to that building stripped that part of the shopping mall of its identity. When you enter off of Bridgepoint, as you're facing the mall, the restaurant on the right and the ice rink over here both have, the corners are at 45 degrees. They don't meet the street or the intersection at 90 degrees. And the proposal is to get rid of that. The roof, the pyramidal roof towers is a signature element of the shopping center, and the proposal is to get rid of those. And I'm going to call them the George Jetson spires that go up the vertical elements with the little rings or whatnot at the top is also a signature piece at the existing shopping mall, and those are proposed to go away, as is that curved metal band on the west elevation. And in terms of the design, I don't think this is a good change. I think some of those signature elements should be retained if the building was to go forward with the new use. And then there was also in the original EIR a concern about the soils under the ice rink and how the composition would change from the fact that the ice sheet had been there for so long, and that there would need to be, if a new use was planned for that building, there would need to be a new soil study done to confirm the adequacy of the ground to support the new use in that building. So those would, depending on what, I think that's useful information to take forward to City Council if they so choose.
Okay. Any other comments on the SPAR, item 3? No. I would only add that I concur with the architectural, I guess the articulation, some of the features that, when we talk about a building, we talk about it having 4 sides. And the fact that 1 or 2 sides may or may not be touched, but dramatically changing the sides that were proposed, I think take away the connection to the rest of the mall. So, and I had a little concern about the loading dock and that access. I'm sure that would be regulated during hours, but I think that is just a sticky widget for that property. I don't think that traffic and routing at that site is a good idea at all. Loading dock or otherwise, it's. I've been there when trucks are delivering for the food service, and through the years you can see the mess that collected around the back of that building. If you're coming around between Ethan Allen and the Pier 1 Imports and that area, so it's always kind of been a bit of a black eye for that building, and I think that needs to be reconsidered. Garbage and delivery that's a tricky situation for that building because all 4 sides are highly visible. I too originally I think I got the answers I needed in that soil studies will be required as if that does move forward. My concern is that if the sheet if the floor for the ice rink is warm now, yeah, you're talking Adobe clay and Young Bay mud, and whether or not repairs would be necessary to restore that, because I'm sure that's what the owner wants to do. I would, hope that they do that responsibly. We know in the last 20 years everything that's been built out there is on stilts. It's all on piers. So that would require. I would think that there would be a lot more work done there than was originally considered in the AR. So those are things that will be addressed if any future plans are presented. So how about any other comments? No? Okay, how about a motion? Okay. Does anybody have any final comments on number 1?
Well, I would just like to reiterate that it references the findings provided in Attachment 1. And if you read through Attachment 1, it's all written from the perspective that the master plan amendment is going to be approved. And it hasn't been. So I think edits would need to be done to that document.
Ron, do you have any concern about that?
No, I think based on the Commission's actions tonight, particularly with the first item, we'll be taking a look at the material that's being provided to the City Council.
Any other comments on item 1?
So if this, Gabriella, you stated that this is where if I feel like the ice rink was an integral part of that development, this is the location, right?
Yeah, just to dial down on that a little bit, if you feel like the recreational use was a key reason to adopt a statement of overriding considerations for the original EIR, then this would be the time to vote not to adopt the addendum.
All right, and I would like to add to the record that those are my sentiments.
And I'd also like to say that recreational use was key for the reason to adopting the modified statement of overriding considerations, and overall it was not consistent with the master plan.
And I would simply add earlier comments that the other 7 points made in the original policy were not standalone significant enough, and that, again, I concur. The ice rink was part of the original community benefit that was considered, and nothing I've seen presented has equaled that. Commissioner Whitaker presented some really nice number crunching analysis of 20 years ago, what were the expectations for green space, open space, and how would people perambulate this mall? How would you move between buildings and get safely from point A to point B? When we look at the overhead footpaths, you can at some points find yourself kind of stuck in the parking lot.
But we also need to remember that Bridgepoint Master Plan included the sites, the other 2 sites, which have the office buildings, the residential buildings, the hotel, and the Home Depot structure.
Yeah. Is it fair to say that although that's not standalone, that was a significant part of the consideration at that time? And I think it is. And to take that away and to only say we're going to convert a building at this point is not appropriate. You cannot, at this point, say we're going to take away parking spaces and start putting in a bunch of trees in our parking lot, because that's what we would have had to give you at that time. We would have had to give you a small playground for the tots, somewhere, a few more congregational spaces where people can hang out and enjoy their day at the mall. That didn't happen. It's a concrete and asphalt, oasis. I mean, you could land an airplane in that parking lot and probably not hit a tree. But at the end of the day, that ice rink was part of the original property owner's commitment to this community. So it is a critical part of the original policy points. So, how about a motion on items 1 and 3?
Help me with this. I motion to not approve the final environmental impact report addendum and the modified statement of overriding considerations, and to not approve the site plan and architectural review to modify the existing building.
That's good. And then basically you're recommending to the council, so you're saying you're recommending that the council not approve either of those.
Does everyone agree with that? Is there a second?
I second.
Here's a motion. Any discussion? No? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 1 and 3 have been addressed. Now, let's consider topic number 4.
I think that's been mooted because that was part and parcel of the amendment to the master plan. And so in recommending denial of the amendment to the master plan, you're also recommending not to accept the mitigation payment.
You want a motion just in case?
Sure. Yeah.
I think that might be the exclamation point we're looking for. Item number 4. Any final comments? Commissioner O'Leary, would you?
No, I would like to make a motion to not accept the offered $3 million to compensate for the loss of the ice rink.
I'll second that.
Or to restrict an alternative site. Would you like that verbiage? Would that be helpful?
No, that was just presented as an option for the commission.
Very good. No clarification needed. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Motion carries.
And again, this item will be presented to the City Council since the Planning Commission is making a recommendation. We'll be providing notices of that City Council date.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And before we move on with the agenda, I do want to echo the comments of my colleagues, and on behalf of the staff and certainly on behalf of the City Council that appoints us as volunteers, I do sincerely appreciate the courage that it takes to be here this long, to muster the energy to approach that microphone in front of your peers and to share your heartfelt feelings. I've said that many times, and I mean that. I grew up doing public speaking, so it comes to me naturally now. But we heard in the voices a lot of heartfelt feelings tonight, and we came together as a community and allowed children to share their heartfelt feelings. So for those of us that had the tremble in our voice and felt a little intimidated, this is San Mateo at its best. And thank you for bearing with us, and I hope you to continue this process and support our council. And I hope you to continue this process and support. Okay. So let's move forward. Are there any announcements by staff?
Given the lateness of the hour, I will dispense with the upcoming meetings. I'll give you an email indicating what's coming up next. But on behalf of the staff and the city, since this is the last meeting of 2015, number 1, we would all like to wish you a happy holidays. Number 2, on behalf of the staff and the city, we would like to thank you for your hard work, all your diligence, and your consideration for your role as volunteers in service to the city of San Mateo. So thank you, and wishing the best, and we'll see you in 2016.
Ditto. Ditto. This meeting's adjourned.